What's up? All right, we got our interpreters. Now we're waiting for our captions. All right. Good morning, everyone. Excited to be here to kick off day 2 of the Game Accessibility Conference. I want to say thanks for everyone who watched the content yesterday, whether it was live or for some of the folks we see watching the videos overnight here in US time, catching up because you're, over in the others over across the pond. So yeah, thank you for everyone who watched last night to catch back up and for joining us today. I was seeing in the chat that a few of you have shifted your work days to accommodate American Pacific Northwest time zone. So we appreciate you. You are fantastic. And thanks for everyone being here today. So to start off with a few announcements. So if you are here in person, so apologies, they weren't here yesterday, but we do now have our pronoun badges for your name tags, which you can grab at the front. Here, look at this. Look at this. Look. Yeah, pronoun badges. So you can go those at the front. We also have our Ian sweatshirt emoji sticker, our logo emoji, our logo sticker, as well as the game accessibility icon as a sticker as well that you can pick up at the front. We'll have those out all day. And of course, be sure to grab, if you haven't already, there's still a few on some of the tables, the game accessibility icon pins, which were brought to us by the Xbox gaming accessibility team. So shout out to y'all back there. Yeah, that's right. Do that, do that dance, Brandon. Paige is back there also supporting him. You have had too much caffeine this morning. It is 9:04 a.m. Why are you two dancing? Get it together. All right, we're already a little weird here in person, but I guess that's what happens when we've all been sequestered away and we finally reunite in person. So again, in case you weren't able to join us yesterday online or in person, a few things just to go through. All of our conversation and networking is happening on Discord. So if you are trying to chat on the YouTube link or you're trying to ask questions, you're going to have to go into Discord. When you registered, you should have gotten a link. As a reminder, we have a channel per chat. Per video, so you're able to go in and have a conversation about each talk in its respective channel. Please try to stay on topic, although our lovely Discord moderators will help you if you get off track. And we also have wonderful off-topic channels for food, threads, pets, everything. So please, please, please absolutely use them. Being off topic is a huge part of this conference and really part of the culture. So please use all of those amazing channels. And of course, before we get going, one new thing that we did not have set up quite yesterday. So we also have a link which has been posted for the captions in Discord. We found out yesterday that trying to watch Zoom web browser instead of Zoom app was having issues with the captions. So there's a link now in the Discord where you can use that if you'd like captions that way. And of course, we're going to kick off the day by thanking our lovely sponsors because we couldn't be having this event without our sponsors and all of their support. So for our gold sponsors putting up that big money, let's give a shout out to Sony Interactive Entertainment, Rockstar, and Xbox. Just thinking Brandon was going to do another dance back there at Xbox. For our silver sponsors, we have the ESA, Electronic Arts, Riot Games, and Netflix. I see Morgan. What is with this crowded dancing this morning? What are you drinking? What? Oh my, another. I don't know what y'all are having, but I guess I need some, or maybe I don't. I don't. It's concerning. And then finally, our bronze sponsors: Read Speaker AI, Player Research, Descriptive Video Works, and Shara. So we're going to be kicking off this morning with a talk that I think is going to be really useful for a lot of devs who particularly are running in smaller studios. So we're going to be kicking off with the Shell Games Accessibility Matrix. And after this talk, you should be empowered and have the tools to start making decisions about what accessibility features you should be prioritizing in your game. So with that, let's go ahead and officially kick off day one. Thanks.
Hello and welcome everyone. Our talk today is the Shell Games Accessibility Matrix, Investing Your Scope Wisely. My name is Alexis Miller. I'm Director of Product Management at Shell Games.
And I'm Francisco Suki, and I'm a Principal Design Manager at Shell Games. And I was also the Design Director for I Expect You to Die 2.
So the focus of this talk is to describe a process and tool we developed to help teams plan, budget for, and accomplish more accessibility goals, even with no or limited budget for accessibility-specific features. By being intentional about accessibility and using a tool we created called the Accessibility Matrix, we were able to accomplish a lot without costly accessibility features. And I think that's the big takeaway today, is that this isn't the game with the most accessibility features, but it's doing the most with the least amount available. So today we're going to cover why we care about accessibility, what some of our past attempts look like, techniques and step-by-step instructions on using the tool we developed called the Accessibility Matrix. And then Francisco's going to walk through how we actually used the Accessibility Matrix during the development of the VR game I Expect You to Die 2. And at the end, we're going to share a link so everyone can have access to a public copy of the Accessibility Matrix and all its future improvements and versions. So we assume you're listening to this talk because you care about accessibility. So we'll be brief in sharing why we care about accessibility. Number one is that we really want as many people as possible to enjoy our games. And it's a good reminder that many accessibility features end up being used by way more people than the people they were specifically designed for. We see this a lot with the use of subtitles, with volume controls, all kinds of things that end up being used by probably way more people than we expect. And players who could not previously play your game at all are given a new opportunity. Secondly, Shell Games' mission is to create experiences we're proud of with people we like so we can make the world a better place. In line with that mission, there is a growing grassroots effort at the studio to promote awareness and importance of accessibility in our games, and especially in the VR world. Third is that we really believe that it's our secret weapon to innovation. Because when you add new design challenges or constraints, that's when you come up with more creative solutions. So we're going to be real honest here. What were our accessibility practices like before the Accessibility Matrix? Accessibility at Shell Games was random, inconsistent, and overwhelming, despite a desire to do more and to do better. And Francisco has been here longer than me, so he's going to share some more details on this.
Thanks, Alexis. I want to start by showing this email that I'm sure many of you have either sent or received a version of. This is from 2013. I've been at Shell for over about 12 years now. So this is how we were doing things in the past, right? This is someone emailing me saying, hey, you're colorblind, right? Can you come over to my desk and check out a thing? Check if it's colorblind friendly. There was a lot of just working from a very limited knowledge of, wanting to do better, but also not really knowing much about how or who we're helping or how to help them. So sort of doing what we can with the people that we had and what they knew, what they happened to know at the company. So we wanted to fix this. So the year was around 2018, 2019, when Sabrina Soliva, one of our designers at Shell, put together this 160-item giant list of all these great things you could be doing, you could be thinking about to make your games more accessible. It came from a desire to be better, to do better, to be better informed, but it had weirdly kind of the similar opposite problem, where now it was too much. So now we were engaging with this was a little too costly, was a little too intimidating, so we didn't really know how. So around that time is when we were starting planning for I Expect You to Die 2, and I went to Alexis, who was in the product department, and I said, so we have a pretty good idea of the thing we're going to make. We know what we want to make. We know how much we can spend on it, and I'm really interested in first trying to identify how I can have the highest impact, reach the most amount of people with some amount of accessibility considerations, spending the least amount of budget, because our budget was very limited and our accessibility specific budget was pretty much non-existent. So anything that we had to do, we had to start by brainstorming some creative solutions. And the only way really to brainstorm those solutions was understanding who we were trying to help and how we might be able to help them. So again, the year was 2019, and think about where you were in 2019, and maybe maybe the field has advanced a ton since then. We certainly have at Shell Games. So this was the sort of the seed that sprouted the Matrix. Two other designers at Shell, Miriam Harris and Mel Harkey, were also in similar situations. So we all came to Alexis at the same time. And the final goal here was how to budget for attainable features and design our games to meet the goals that the game had without needing new features and reaching the most amount of people possible. So Alexis is going to talk about how that process went.
Yeah, so here is a snapshot of what our entire accessibility matrix looks like. Reminder, we're going to share this spreadsheet at the end of the talk. So we were able to go from the 160 things that were super well researched, very comprehensive, super detailed, to just 34 accessibility goals grouped by 9 high-level categories. And so these categories and goals were based on the research of our former colleague who created the detailed spreadsheet, but with the goal of making this more digestible and easier for teams to use. So next slide, we're going to zoom in so we can look at it more closely. First of all, I want to point out one really important thing is that the timing of when to complete this tool is critical. The earlier in the process, the better. So we schedule it in pre-production, so before scope and schedule are finalized. And the earlier these decisions can be made, the less costly they'll be, and the more that we can accomplish in terms of accessibility goals. I also want to call out that we name each line an accessibility goal, not an issue or a problem. We intentionally frame each goal in affirmative language. We also don't call them accessibility features because, as you'll see here, you can accomplish goals without features, and there can be multiple ways to meet the goals. So this encourages creativity rather than just a checklist of features like, oh, you have to do this, you have to do that. So read the first row as an example. So we have a category for comfort and 4 goals within that category: sensory overload, motion sickness, green room, and content comfort. The goal for sensory overload is described as players find the visual and sound effects to be enjoyable, including those with sensory sensitivities. So then the first step of using the matrix is that the teams go line by line through the matrix and they brainstorm potential solutions to all relevant accessibility goals. It doesn't mean that they're all doable, but it's just really a brainstorm of what could be done. It also doesn't mean that we're expecting to accomplish all of the goals. But we found it's really valuable to do this exercise because there could be low-hanging fruit that you're otherwise missing, or the team could come up with some pretty cool creative solutions that no one considered before this brainstorm exercise. So an analogy I like to use is that it's kind of like thinking of this part like being at a frozen yogurt shop. So you walk into the frozen yogurt shop, you really should take the time to look at all the possible frozen yogurt toppings, the sprinkles, the Oreos, the M&Ms, before you just start dumping the sprinkles on your yogurt, because you could be missing out on some pretty awesome toppings. So step by step, this is the process that our dev team goes through with the matrix. Step 1 is brainstorming. So as I mentioned before, many of these accessibility goals may be accomplished essentially for free through intentional universal design. In fact, the best solutions are often the ones that do not require additional features or added scope. On a related note, our process does acknowledge and encourage that multiple solutions can often accomplish the same goal. So the team doesn't need to feel constrained by writing just one idea for each potential solution. So one example that I have shared a lot with teams that are going through this is that in order to make text in a game easier to read for players, and we're talking virtual reality games, you could have a feature to change the size of the text, or you could put that text on an object in the virtual world that can be pulled closer or further away from the player's eyes, like you might do in real life if, say, you misplaced your glasses and you're trying to read a menu. You could also do both, right? You could have a feature with increasing the text size, and you could have that object with text be movable. The next step is that team members complete a survey. So the survey has all these items on the matrix, and the survey is asking team members to help prioritize each goal on the matrix. We tend to use Moscow, but you could really use any ranking system that's comfortable for your team. Step 3 is estimating scope. And these are, again, really rough estimates. T-shirt sizing is typically what we end up using. And then step 4 is that the team identifies where a feature really is required to accomplish a goal. For example, we have yet to find a way to make our games, understandable by people that speak other languages without a subtitle system. So if that's going to be a goal that we prioritize, then we acknowledge, yes, that is a big feature that we're going to need. The next part of the process is that we do competitive analysis to help aid in the prioritization and decision-making process. So since there have been now approximately 10 projects at Shell Games that have used the accessibility matrix in some capacity, our product and market research actually is now a lot of internal examples and best practices. So we're sharing that information with each other at Shell Games. And one cool thing that we've seen is that several of the goals have really become fairly standard now. So some examples are, playtesting our game with players with varying abilities and diverse backgrounds. That's something that we have systems in place, we have resources to get those kind of playtesters. Yes, that's something that we can do. We've also really standardized being mindful of visual and sound effects that may not be enjoyable to players with sensory sensitivity. We have multiple ways of evaluating flashing. We've standardized having volume controls for most of our games. And we're also working across our games on creating options to reduce motion sickness and sharing that information. So whether these things are coming from things you've already done or from the greater market, it is useful to see, what else is out there, what's being done. And this aspect of it, the product market research, is done by myself, and we now have a slightly larger product department, so I have people to help me, which is great. But it could be done by the dev team, marketing, researchers, etc. And the purpose of this part of the matrix is really to supplement the team's brainstorming with additional examples and some industry context to the prioritization decision making. So one of the things when I'm looking at, hey, what's going on in the industry is essentially I rank it as, is this something that's pretty rare? Is it common, or is this just expected? So you may want to prioritize things that are so common they're considered expected, because if your game doesn't do it, like that could be bad. On the flip side, you may also prioritize rare goals because they could become differentiators for your game and something that people look at and say, oh, wow, like, did you see what that game is doing? So lastly, as with all game development, there's always way more that you want to do, but you can't fit in due to time, resources, and budget. Because if everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority. So, we really need to do the hard work of cutting scope and building your schedule and budget to accomplish your highest priority accessibility goals. So Francisco is now going to share with you some specific examples of how we use the accessibility matrix in practice during the development of I Expect You to Die Too.
Thank you, Alexis. Start with the briefest description of I Expect You to Die Too. It is a virtual reality game. It is an escape the room secret agent puzzle adventure game, which has been received really well in again, virtual reality. I also want to say it is not an exemplary game when it comes to accessibility. We have close to none specific accessibility comfort settings in the game, but I truly feel proud of the job we did with the budget that we had, and I will walk you through that. At the time when we were planning the game, we didn't have any budget reserved for accessibility. And I will say the game doesn't have a settings menu even, but still, we were able to do quite a bit. And we were able to do quite a bit thanks to the accessibility matrix. And I feel like it allowed us to accomplish more than expected with the minimal budget that we had. If I could do it again, what I would ask for is dedicated accessibility budgets so I could accomplish more. And I would use the same process, and that process scales so that it can adjust to the budget that you have. Before I Expect You to Die Too, I was hesitant to engage in accessibility discussions, mostly because of this fear of getting it wrong. I was afraid of just doing something that would offend someone, would insult someone. I didn't really know too much about the accessibility world. And that is the magic. That is the main thing the Matrix did for me, was inform me early so that I could use that information to plan for a better game. It helped me understand who I was designing for, and it helped me just sort of open my eyes to all the people that I could be helping, all the people that all of a sudden would be able to play this game, if only I helped them overcome some sort of barrier that would prevent them from playing it otherwise. And the biggest win here was that because our budget was pretty much zero for accessibility, we had to make all these decisions that were quote unquote free, right? Like we had to come up with ways to help people without making new features. And here is a list. When I say free or close to free, right? I think some of these definitely have a cost. I'm not saying by hire a sensitivity reader. I'm not saying find a friend who will do the work for free. Absolutely not. But the vast majority of these decisions are just that. They're decisions. They are someone who understands who they're trying to help, drawing a line and saying, in our case, for example, our game will be able to be played beginning to end, one-handed. You will be able to 100% our game, every speedrun, every side objective. every mission will be completable with the use of one hand only, and we're not going to have a one-handed feature. It's just that's just how the game is going to be, and that is something we're able to do for a few aspects of the game. So then, where my job comes in is in upholding these decisions. The process that I used was this process we call the master design guide, right? So for a little extra context, in this game, I was new to the franchise, so part of my work coming into the game was understanding what's the secret sauce that makes an I Expect You to Die level, and that resulted in this 60-item list that I would use in every milestone to check that we were on track with this level, right? And what I did was I blended in accessibility decisions, accessibility considerations into the same checklist, and I gave them the same weight that I would give things like, are people understanding our puzzles? Do people understand what their goal is in the mission? That was carrying the same weight as, can this level be completed one-handed? Are we accounted for a variety of body types, right? So here's a peek at what a tiny bit of that design master guide looks like, and we will track at each milestone. We will fill one of these columns, and we just tag in yellow when we thought like, no, maybe we're not hitting this goal right now, or we would leave it untagged if we felt like we were on track. So the question that would come up once in a while, or the concern, would be this concern of, but what are you giving up? You're making these decisions, and by making these decisions, aren't you just taking a huge amount of fun stuff, cool stuff you could be having in your game, and you're just like setting it aside just for the benefit of like, how many people are you helping with this? Wouldn't you rather have all this cool stuff? I hope that it's not you listening to this talk who is asking this question, but maybe it is, and maybe maybe you're both asking and receiving this question. Maybe this question is more being asked of you than you being the one asking it. And of course, what I want to do when I'm asked this question is to say, nope, I am giving nothing up. Carry on. But that can be as frustrating as you receiving this question, right? Like, it's frustrating for everyone when this is not an open dialogue. And so the way that I like to think about it, and the way I like to think about every single design decision, is there is not one set of decisions that will take you from 0 to a great game. It's not like there's one path, and if you make the right decisions across that path, you will end up with a wonderful game. I like to think about it as a universe of wonderful games that exist. And we only need to find one wonderful game within all of those perfectly wonderful games. And one subset of those games checks all the accessibility boxes that we outline at the start of the project. And some other subset doesn't. And if they're equally wonderful, then shouldn't it be a no-brainer that we would go for the game that the most amount of people can play, that is equally wonderful as all the other games? Of course, the trick there is that one might be harder to find, but it is absolutely there, and it is absolutely findable. So you are still on track to make a great game. And once I saw it with those eyes, the choice just became so clear to me. That is not to say there weren't moments of tension, because this question did come up. This question would come up once in a while, right? Here's one example of when it came up. Someone in the team would have the idea. We have a level that takes place in a private jet, and they would come up and say, I had this wonderful idea for the jet. I think we should let players use their telekinetic powers to aim out the window, grab the wing of the jet, and steer the jet for telekinesis. The tension there was that action would absolutely result in motion sickness for a whole host of people. And we felt pretty confidently that we wouldn't get to, without a special feature to account for this specific type of motion sickness, we're not going to get to a level we felt comfortable with the amount of motion discomfort. So we had to find an alternative. But we were in love with this idea of using your telekinesis powers to control something outside of the jet. So we capture from that what we thought was the coolest part, which was this literal thinking outside the box, outside the hull of the jet. And we come up with a different puzzle that still involved interacting with the jet wing at a distance, but did not result in motion for the player. The two-handed one was one that came up so often. Our job, a big part of it is to come up with cool objects, cool interactions that can be puzzly, can be, can fulfill a secret agent fantasy, and a lot of those have two hands. So a lot of different points, different devs throughout the creative process would come up with these two-handed ideas. And this is one where you're absolutely looking at just like the universe of cool stuff that exists in the world. And this was just a hard no for me. So this one would usually result in tension because it would immediately be met with a, no, we made a decision at the start that we would not have objects that can be operated with two hands or require being operated with two hands. So it is a job of trying to redirect that creative power and say, surely we can think about objects that fulfill a similar role, allow us to achieve the same secret agent fantasy, but can only be operated with one hand, right? And if all else fails, right, we would have objects like, you see this little wheel there at the bottom of the screenshot? You can tell that wheel has a handle, because generally if you saw a wheel like that, you would want to operate it with two hands. And so we really wanted to have a wheel in that specific situation. So we designed a one-handed wheel that has a handle so you can only operate it with one hand, and it does not support the use of two hands. So there's always that option if you must commit to an item like that. This was a wonderful one because it started with, again, motion. Let's get players to descend into this level, kind of like a Mission Impossible movie. You know, you're descending through this laser trap, and again, we were bumping against this like, but motion. Our game. We're not planning for it to have any motion of the player. We didn't have tools to help the player not get motion sick, so we weren't sure really what to do with this. But we loved the idea, and it was using a type of motion that should be mostly safe in virtual reality. So what we ended up doing was just investing a fair amount of time into testing it to make sure we could come up with a version of this motion that was acceptable without specific motion features for it. So in that sense, this particular implementation was not free, but it did allow us to sort of absolutely deliver on this "you're sneaking in" secret agent fantasy. So this was a situation in which we did end up spending budget to achieve something that was deemed as super cool, because we thought it was so great, so cool, that it was worth spending the extra budget to also make it accessible. And for this one here, our game values speedruns. It's one of the things we recognize. It's one of the things that we love to have in our levels. The recognition of speeding through it as fast as you can. But speedruns are you're able to move much faster if you have use of both hands and you're able to do two actions at the same time. So what we had settled on is our whole game, including the speedruns, should be completed one-handed. And I love the result of this one because this is truly an example of constraints breeding exemplar creativity. What ended up happening was that not only can our content all be completed one-handed, but the majority of our speedruns, the way you shave time off of your level, off of your run, to be able to get in there under this time that we stipulate, is usually more of a logic puzzle than it is a dexterity puzzle. Dexterity will help you get there. It might help you get that final mile. But more often than not, if you're trying to save a good amount of time, what you're looking for is a different way to solve a specific puzzle in the level that is more efficient, that is faster, that allows us to skip a part of the level. So this was an example where the constraint of requiring only one hand ended up revealing to us that there was a more puzzly approach to speedruns that made the game better. So next up, Alexis is going to wrap it up for us.
Yeah, thanks so much, Francisco. Every time I hear you talk about that stuff, I'm like, ah, so cool. So in summary, the goal of the matrix was to create something comprehensive that would actually be used by teams, something that was not overwhelming or intimidating, something that inspired creativity and pushed us to increase the accessibility of our games, even without a big budget or an accessibility budget at all. So we hope that you might use our tools for your games too. But even if you don't want to use our exact matrix, we want to share some key strategies that can help you reach more accessibility goals with less scope. First, and most important one is start talking about accessibility early. It should occur during pre-production, before all features are scoped, and before the schedule is final. Number 2 is to have some kind of written guide, because just talking about it in meetings is probably not going to be enough to make sure that it actually happens. Number 3 is to approach accessibility like other features in your game. Recognize that you can't do everything, and there's also usually a sliding scale for the size and scope of various solutions. You have a limited budget and scope, so prioritize accessibility features as you would other features in the game. It's okay to prioritize. We can't accomplish this alone, so let's keep working and sharing to end unusable, inaccessible games, because we don't want to have anyone ever see this kind of review. So lastly, as promised, here is a link to a blank template of our accessibility matrix. It's a Google Sheet viewable by anyone with a link. We hope that you'll find it useful, and we're planning on making updates to it. In fact, I have some updates in the works. So the plan is to keep this link with that new information as it evolves. So feel free to copy it, use what works for you, and we'd love to hear your feedback. So thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate it.
What a way to kick off the day with so much great information at that talk. And, first off, the link to the matrix is already in the Discord. You can click it, get it now, start using it. And I love that it was all about having the goals. It wasn't a feature list. And because it was goals, like they said through this whole presentation, it allowed brainstorming. It allowed people to come up with new and innovative ideas. And, it also gave them a framework in which they could think of these free decisions that they could make that would have a big impact and really, truly evaluate when a new feature was needed. And, it sounded so simple when they said it about being able to brainstorm, prioritize, scope, and then truly figure out what your final requirements were. But yes, please immediately get this, use it, check it out. I think it's going to be a great tool for a lot of people. So again, what an amazing way to kick off this morning. So we're going to be taking a break and we will be back at 9:50. Thanks so much. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I'm really excited for this next talk. So if you haven't gotten a chance to check out the closed captions in Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, well, first off, you're in for a treat. But secondly, they are really great. They actually were nominated for an award from Can I Play That? For their accessibility in the deaf and hard of hearing space. And they were also nominated for the Innovation in Accessibility Award at the Game Awards. Fortunately, they did not win. Unfortunate for them, fortunate for me, sorry, because Forza Horizon took it. But the work that they did in the caption space is absolutely phenomenal. And we're incredibly lucky that we get to have the devs come to us today and share everything that they learned in this creation process, because it is truly phenomenal. And I think historically, subtitles and captions in games are not great, to be polite. And so I think we have a lot to learn from the work that they did in this title. So let's check it out.
Hi, and welcome to our presentation. This is closed captions on Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, from design to implementation and a little bit more. So, who are we? I am Raina Anderson. My pronouns are she, her, and I am the Senior Narrative Coordinator here at IDOS Montreal. I've been at IDOS for almost 10 years now. Most recently worked on Guardians of the Galaxy, obviously, as well as Deus Ex Mankind Divided. I've been in the industry for more than 15 years now. And Casper, who is my coworker, was the lead writer on Guardians of the Galaxy, and he will talk more about what he's done later on in the presentation when he talks about the writing and implementation of our captions. So this presentation is going to be part postmortem and part reflection on how this has gone, and hopefully it will act as a guide for ourselves for projects moving forward, as well as help other people when they are trying to consider how to design and plan for captions, as well as the writing and implementation of them. First thing that we're going to do is define what captions are versus subtitles for us at the context of what we did for Guardians. So for subtitles, this is spoken dialogue that is synchronized with on-screen text. Often this is used where the spoken language of the game is different from the viewer or player's language. And while this can improve accessibility for people, unfortunately, it might not necessarily convey all of the information for all of the audio cues that are necessary to play the game. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy had subtitles turned on by default when the player launched the game, and our data shows that 97% of players chose to leave the subtitles on while they played. So here are some of the subtitle options that the UI team made available in Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. Here you can see that you can display the name of the individual who is speaking for their line. You could also change the appearance of these subtitles by changing the size, the spacing, or the formatting of the font. Players also had the option to adjust the background of the subtitle area, enabling it, inverting the color option, and changing the opacity. So for captions, this included non-spoken dialogue cues, and this would include anything from music, relevant background noises, and things like character accents. This takes place early on in the game. It's a cutscene where there's not a whole lot of dialogue happening, so I figured it would be a good example to show how the captions were used in this situation.
you okay?
Yeah, it's just... Man.
Well, that's concerning.
So in games specifically, captions can help to provide necessary gameplay information that isn't provided in subtitles. And there could be a lot of reasons why people would rely on cues from captions. Either they are deaf or hard of hearing, they could have an auditory processing issue, they're playing in an environment that is difficult to hear the game in, or they're choosing to play with the audio off. Games that have events that are solely providing audio cues, this could unintentionally block a player's progress by making them unable to understand what it is that they need to do next. So this is going to be the postmortem section. We're going to talk about our experiences, specifically developing captions for Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. At Eidos Montreal, we are very fortunate now to have an accessibility team at the company who is able to help us on all of our projects. Unfortunately, they hadn't assembled yet for when we were in early production for Guardians of the Galaxy. This meant that all of the accessibility related features were driven by the champions on the project without them necessarily having specialized knowledge or training on these topics. We also had the issue that features like closed captions were prioritized alongside all of the other gameplay features. Writers on the project had been ramped down and moved on to other projects before the closed captions feature had been completed. And that meant that the lead writer, Casper, who's going to talk later about his experiences, was the one who did all of the integration of the captions in a last-minute push. Despite the obstacles that we encountered during production, we were fortunate to have a positive reaction from the public when the game was released. They felt that the captions provided context that they weren't necessarily receiving from the subtitles or the visuals or the haptic feedback. They also liked that our menus provided the option to activate the subtitles and captions separately. So this was a reaction that the accessibility team shared with us from somebody who it played with the captions on. You can see that the caption said that something pounds on wall, and then you see the characters' reactions of nervous breathing and frightened gasps. And Cyclopedia Brain said, "This is the purpose of proper closed captions serve. Context for character reactions and dialogue. While this pounding would only be mirrored in controller vibrations in games without CCs, this context provided is a huge boon to immersion." So based on our experiences developing Guardians of the Galaxies, we created some guidelines for internal use that we're going to share. So hopefully other people will be able to learn from our experiences as well. Our first step is consult with experts. We are fortunate, as I mentioned, to have an accessibility team built in at the company. So our first step is always to speak to them to find out what kind of feedback could be useful to our specific games. And they can also share, as they do on a regular basis, any recent innovations that have been seen in other games that have come out. We also want to plan ahead to make sure that there's a playable demo that will be available for any external consultants that we bring into the project so that they can provide their feedback on our intentions and we can understand their expectations. So during the planning phase, we also want to consider what kind of resources we're going to need because as we know that the captions can only be done during the polish phase, which is after the final audio effects pass has been completed. At this point, the team is often running on a skeleton crew of people who are primarily focusing on bug fixing. So at minimum, to be able to implement the captions, we're going to need a writer or narrative designer, an audio designer, and a UI programmer. There's always the option to bring in some external consultants and hire an external captioner because there are companies that do specialize in this kind of service. During planning, we also want to take into consideration the pipeline that is going to be used to implement the captions. For us, in our game, subtitles are triggered by the associated dialogue audio file automatically. However, captions will need to be triggered in multiple ways because they are not explicitly doing dialogue. And because we piggybacked on our subtitle system to display the captions, we had run into a number of problems, one of which had been that the subtitles were set to display as long as the audio file played. Unfortunately, a lot of SFX, the sound effects, are very, very brief. This meant that the captions were not staying on the screen as long as they needed to. Another thing to consider for the pipeline is that the options menu should make sure that there are separate toggles for the subtitles and captions so that they can be used independently. And now I'm going to talk a bit about the planning that we did for the localization of the captions. So for us, when we were developing the captions, we wanted to make sure that context was key. Because the captions, as I mentioned earlier, have to be done so late, the amount of wiggle room that we had for time going back and forth was very limited. So we wanted to make sure that we could avoid that as much as possible and provide as much context as they needed to get as much done as they could properly on the first pass. We were able to share videos if we wanted to show them the sound effects that is being captioned. Also, we could provide them with save files so that they could get to specifically the moment in the build that they needed to understand. We also had in our writing tool a comment field for all of the text assets where writers could include additional context. For example, for the caption, Drax grunts as he spars, the writer included the context of Drax spars below, draws the player down to explore. Terminal beeps positively, said, player enters the code numbers, success. And for beam crashes down behind, balance beam falls behind you as you step off.
Hi there. My name is Casper Hartman. I was lead writer on Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. My role included story development, narrative design, script writing, script integration, and the very last thing that I did, and also the one that was least expected, was integrate the closed captions. So I'm here today to share with you some of my insights and lessons learned from that part of the experience. Just to give some context, the game released in October 2021. And I integrated the last of the closed captions in October 2021, so about as last minute as you can get. If you imagine Star-Lord sliding under a quickly closing metal gate, blasters firing in all directions, and a last-ditch effort to save the galaxy, I like to think it was kind of like that, sort of. Not to be outdone, one of our other writers, Ethan Petty, had his own heroic gate sliding moment by getting all the closed captions written in March 2021. I believe he wrote about 400 in total, and in comparison to the hundreds of thousands of words that we wrote for this game, 400 closed captions may not seem like a lot of writing, but I think the real demanding part of that task wasn't so much writing the closed captions as identifying what to write. Also, in its own way, March 2021 was very last minute because it kind of represented around the time of our localization deadline. Localization is the process of translating a game and preparing it for other languages and other cultures. Localization teams need time to translate all of our texts. They need time to verify the integrations of their translations. So basically, they need people like Ethan and I to stop writing. It definitely would have been less stressful to write and integrate all the closed captions months and months in advance to ensure we had more of a buffer. But months and months in advance, we wouldn't have necessarily had an accurate snapshot of the game we were making. Something Raina has mentioned is closed captions rely a lot on audio cues, and audio cues are something that get integrated and tweaked pretty late in the production process. In terms of Our experience with closed captions, neither Ethan or I had any. It was very much a learning process for both of us. Fortunately, we had our accessibility team to rely on and to answer our panicked questions. They were honestly really great for that. I think one of the big takeaways collectively for all of us was the importance of relying on feedback from consultants throughout all stages of the accessibility process, the design of the captioning system, the writing, and I know personally I relied on consultation feedback during integration as well. So we relied on members of the writing team to both write and integrate the closed captions. The great strength of anyone on the writing team is knowing the content. We were a narrative-driven game, which means that a lot of the audio cues we were captioning were in narrative-driven scenes. In a lot of cases, Ethan and I had actually included audio cues in the scripts that we wrote, not necessarily with closed captioning in mind, but just because we knew that audio cues could really help us to sell our scenes. Here in one particular example, Blaster Fires. As you can imagine in a Guardians of the Galaxy game, there's a lot of blasters firing throughout the experience, and at some point you have to make a decision about which of those blaster firing moments warrants closed captioning and which ones don't. Here, as young Peter Quill is being dragged away by an alien invader, there's an off-screen blaster fire shot that represents a pretty significant emotional moment for Peter. It's the single most important blaster fire shot in the entire game. Having a narrative sensibility really helped Ethan and I throughout the process in order to identify these kinds of moments. Specifically from the integration perspective, there's a few reasons why it made a lot of sense to get narrative to integrate the closed captions. The first is bandwidth. As Raina and I have mentioned a few times now, captions need to go in pretty late in the production pipeline because games get made right up until the last minute, and we want to be captioning the final version of our game, not a work in progress. So all the other teams that might be well suited to integrating captions, such as level design, audio, or even dev QA, they are extremely busy in these final phases of production. QA is eyeball deep in logging bugs, level design equally deep in fixing those bugs, and audio, in addition to bug fixing, is doing their final audio pass. Narrative, because of the nature of recording and localization deadlines, are relatively free at this final stage of production. Recording and localization deadlines are extremely powerful organizing forces for a narrative team. They dictate all of our schedules as relates to the writing of recorded and non-recorded text. So in theory, once our deadlines for those texts have passed, we're available to help the project in any way we can. The second reason it made a lot of sense to get a writer to integrate the closed captions is familiarity with the content. As I mentioned, narrative knows the content very, very well. That proved useful to Ethan when he was writing and identifying the closed captions, but it was also very, very useful to me when I was integrating. Being the writer of a lot of the scenes and knowing the scenes the way I did, I could approach the integration task both critically and creatively. I didn't just thoughtlessly integrate Ethan's captions without thinking about it. I was making informed decisions about what should appear, how long should it appear for, and what was missing based on my knowledge of the story and the characters. As I mentioned, Ethan had written about 400 closed captions, but I actually ended up integrating 500. So the number ballooned because I repurposed a lot of the existing captions to fill in what I perceived to be certain holes. For example, I used one instance of energy hums multiple times to convey important cues about different kinds of energy in the game, even though that wasn't the initial purpose at the writing stage. Again, back to chapter 6, there were a few moments where it wasn't just a question of repurposing. I decided that we were missing something that was so important that I made requests to localization to please let us translate newly added lines, even though the deadline had passed. As I mentioned before, Ethan wrote the majority of the closed captions 5 months before I started integrating, and in that time the game continued to evolve as cinematic and audio content was still getting tweaked. Dog barking is a specific example where it represented a significant narrative cue that we didn't have a caption for. In the scene with Peter's mom, the dog barking serves two very important purposes. One, it's foreshadowing that the enemy is at the gates. The dog in the scene is aware of the presence of alien invaders before anyone else in the scene. Two, Peter's dog on Earth serves as a thematic link here in this scene. Right before this flashback on Earth, the player's mission is to find Cosmo the dog. And right after this flashback scene, we're being woken up by exuberant puppies. So the calling attention to the fact that the dog is barking in this scene helps us to create a link between what came right before and what comes in the next scene. So again, calling attention to the off-screen bark, it struck me as something narratively important enough to make a localization exception for. Like I said, technically translation was closed at this stage, but there's always leeway and room for exceptions if the requests are within reason and if there are dogs involved. The final reason why narrative was well suited to integration is technical expertise. Without closed captions in mind at all, we had cultivated a writing process on our game that heavily involved the writers in the integration of their own content. It's a way I've learned to work on previous projects where I realized I couldn't get the most out of my writing if I wasn't also the one putting my writing into the game. The idea being you can read your own script 1,000 times and validate the words on the page, but you never really know if the words are working until you hear them in the game. So we established a pipeline on Guardians where writers would write and revise their scripts, they would generate the text-to-speech, they would build the narrative templates of their scripts, they would populate those in-game templates with generated WAV files, and essentially would create the first text-to-speech experience of their scripts in the game. Text-to-speech, for those who aren't familiar, is basically a toolset that we rely on that allows us to use generic robot voices for the scripts we've written. It's extremely useful because it allows us to hear the early drafts of our dialogues in the game without having to go through the process of recording with actors. We only bring in the actual actors once the scripts are 100% validated. So on average, for a script that I wrote, I would go through maybe 30 or 50 or 60 different versions of robotic voices just to get a sense of how the dialogues were playing out in the game. For this became an essential part of who we were as a writing team. We were technically savvy and we were able to quickly iterate and validate the experience of our content in the game. So with that pipeline in mind, a lot of the tools we relied on to integrate narrative content and ultimately to integrate closed captions was developed not just for the writers, but with the writers. We were part of the process. So all of this to say that having a narrative team that was comfortable on the narrative tech side made the decision to use a writer to integrate the closed captions a lot easier. Essentially, the experience of integrating closed captions was not unlike the experience of integrating our own dialogues, and no one knew that process better than us. So we had the bandwidth, we had the familiarity with the content, and we had the necessary technical expertise. That's a lot of reasons for why me as a writer, I was the right person to integrate the closed captions at the end. I think it's also worth saying something about why I wasn't the right person. As much as I love to trumpet the technical expertise we cultivated within our writing team, that expertise is still relatively limited compared to other departments. Specifically, we were experts on integrating narrative content, which made us very well suited to integrating closed captions in narrative-driven scenes. But what I learned in my experience is that not all closed captions are narrative in nature. Just to give a very high-level idea, anytime there's narrative content in the game, like the Guardians talking on the screen, which they do a lot, that content is generally integrated through a sequencer. Some of you might be familiar with how sequencers work through film editing software. You have a timeline, the timeline has a beginning and an end, and then you have various tracks dedicated to different kinds of data. A track dedicated to the dialogue lines of the different characters, a track dedicated to cameras, to sound effects, to music, to animations, etc. And one of the tracks we added was closed captions. So anytime we needed a closed caption in a narrative-driven scene, all I had to do was dig up the relevant sequence, drag the caption into the appropriate spot, and make some decisions about length and timing. It was a process I was very familiar with. So what I realized is that not everything in the game is driven by narrative logic, and not everything is integrated through a sequencer. There are a lot of moments, specifically gameplay-focused moments, that are more driven by scripting and under-the-hood systems. And in a lot of those cases, when I recognized an important audio cue outside of an existing narrative sequence, I basically had no idea how to integrate that caption. One concrete example, in the mission on Seknarf 9, there's a moment where Rocket needs to blow up part of a spaceship for the player to traverse a particular section of the game. I had a caption about a bomb exploding inside of a ship, which felt pretty important. The audio cue does a lot to convey to the player that Rocket did his job and this part of the blockage is complete. So if you don't hear the audio cue and you don't know that there's been an explosion, you might not key into the fact that the environment has been altered and you can now move on to the next part of the blockage. So all the dialogue involved in getting Rocket to blow up the spaceship in in this part of the game was inside a sequence, which I felt very comfortable with, but the actual moment of the explosion took place after the sequence. So the sound itself wasn't inside the sequencer. It was a sound effect that existed outside, somewhere in the spaghetti world of mission scripting, which I really wasn't very familiar with. Now, the caption's actually in the game. I identified it as a very important moment, and basically what I did is I spent some time ninja fixing the sequences and reorganizing the sequence logic, all so that I could figure out a way to integrate this caption in a way that I was familiar with. I mean, that's the kind of last minute ninja fixing you ideally want to avoid in the final phase of a project. It's risky and it's time consuming. So there were a lot of other similar cases where I had to make the difficult decision to deprioritize the integration of a certain caption, pretty much solely because I didn't know how to integrate it. So in terms of concrete takeaways, in addition to cultivating versatile skill sets like we did on the writing side, which really helped us to be able to participate in the closed caption integration process, and wishing for more of a concrete action plan for different types of captions and different types of integration, where sometimes I felt a little bit limited and maybe not versatile enough. The one final thing I took away for future writing and integration is the importance of 911 scripts. A 911 script is something that we use on the dialogue side to write as many different types of generic filler lines and reaction lines for the actors to record before the recording deadline. So a game like Guardians of the Galaxy is extremely handcrafted, but in order to really sell the magic of the experience, we rely on a lot of band-aid type lines to help fill in some of the awkward transitions or to tweak something in the final stages that just isn't working. When we write these banks of 911 scripts, we always hope we won't need them, but inevitably we end up needing them. So, for example, please don't count the number of times Star-Lord says, "Whoa, whoa, whoa," or "Here we go," because it's a lot, and it's the same line being used over and over and over again. But again, within limits, if done correctly, these kinds of band-aid line solutions can be real lifesavers towards the end of a production. And I could have relied on something like that for closed captions, not just for dialogue. In terms of some broader takeaways, not just from a writing perspective and an integration perspective, but on behalf of both Reina and I, planning. I think Reina and I agree is the single most important thing. But then also recognizing that planning alone will never be enough. In the spirit of the Guardians of the Galaxy, even with the best laid plans, something will inevitably go wrong, and you need people with versatile skill sets to adapt to the crazy realities of production. Having accessibility champions on the team was also extremely useful, and it allowed us to deliver what we ultimately delivered. People like Dan Fortier on the UI side, Amelian on the accessibility side. There's a lot of others, both in technical fields and on production, people who helped us to make sure that what we were doing was important and we needed to keep pushing in order to do it. For a lot of us, we put so much of ourselves into this game and we want people to experience it. So it's the reason why we do what we do, and focusing on accessibility features like these ultimately means more people get to share that experience that we created. So it's really something phenomenal. From what little I observed while integrating and working with our accessibility team, and then also seeing the reception to what we did, it seems like closed captions are a great area to innovate on in the industry. It's become second nature for a lot of us to play test the things that we're working on in order to get a sense of player feedback. We do so many play tests over the course of our production, and it feels like maybe we need to develop that same kind of reflex on the accessibility side as well. For me personally, coming out of this experience, I was surprised how seamlessly closed caption integration actually fit into my existing tasks in the final 2 months of production. As a writer with some level of technical expertise, my primary role at that stage was actually to do a last-minute dialogue timing polish pass. So I was fixing broken dialogue transitions, just doing this broad kind of sanity check on the experience of the dialogue in the game. So closed caption integration actually served as a kind of organizing force for me, because I was going through the game from beginning to end, I was inside of sequences, and I was identifying captions that were missing or that needed to be integrated or that needed better timing. And at the same time, it was within the same sequences that I was also working with the dialogue in order to polish the dialogue. So it ultimately didn't feel like something that I had to add to my task list that wasn't already there. it just became a natural part of what I was working on. It fits seamlessly into our production cycle. On behalf of both Reina and myself and everyone at IDOS who had anything to do with accessibility, thank you for listening, and see you next time.
Well, I think that we all agree that, like, can we get some sort of award that we can give to Casper for that literal gauntlet? And that, man, no, that came in hot and still was absolutely phenomenal, literally industry leading work. Casper said at the end, like, it is an area that, as an industry, like, is ripe for innovation. We as an industry still have very bad subtitles. And so to have amazing captioning on top of that and just learning the process and everything that they went through, I think can really help us. And I love the call out of, having the captioning being something that for him as a writer doing the polishing work just made sense to be integrated as part of his normal work. And it didn't feel like extra. If you haven't got a chance to play Guardians of the Galaxy, please check it out. It's a great game. And again, the captions are absolutely phenomenal. And now it's time for our first break of the day. We're going to have a 30-minute break, and we will be back at 10:50 a.m. Pacific time. And so please have a snack, have a tea, and we'll see you folks on Discord in the meantime. Thanks. Hello. Waiting for, there we go. Got our CC. I hope everyone had a great break. Anna and I had the fun realization that neither of us could immediately remember what the alias is that we tell our teams to email us at. It's fine. We probably don't need to know that. Like, the conference is exhausting and it takes a lot of brain power, but hopefully everyone is feeling more recharged than Anna and I are and feel refreshed after the break. But I'm actually, I'm really both excited and very proud about this next talk. So this talk is coming from Riley Cran from Lettermatic, which is a company that we worked with through Double Fine to do font research. And one of the reasons that I'm incredibly proud that we're having this talk is, although some of this research is already public, additional research has been done and is work that we're putting into games that aren't even announced yet. But we thought that this information was worth sharing now. And so, the fact that, we did have the conversation of like, we're going to be talking about fonts and research and stuff that we're doing for a game before our game is even announced. And like, the reality is that one of you here today could watch this research and then quickly, take it, do it, and maybe even get these ideas in your titles before our title comes out. But we decided, you know what, that's fine, because we want to push the industry forward. And if sharing the research just means that more games have accessible fonts, then great. We would rather do that. We very much believe in that accessibility is something that all of the studios, all of the publishers, we work together on. And so I'm incredibly excited to share this talk, ideas for accessible typography, with you today. Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm Riley Cran, and I run a typeface design studio called Lettermatic. We make commission typefaces for clients, and one of our favorite clients are Double Fine. We recently designed the typefaces for Psychonauts 2, and during that process we had a wonderful time capturing the aesthetic world of Psychonauts while also providing some accessibility features related to typography. And that led to a much broader conversation where Lettermatic prepared an in-depth research project that outlined some ideas on how we could offer future accessible typography features to gamers. Instead of going through that deck page by page and dryly explaining all the content we put together, I'm going to cherry pick a few of my favorite parts of the presentation and show you some ideas we have on how to provide more options related to typography. Circling back to our work for Psychonauts 2, the game has several different typefaces that are used in a variety of different situations. Some of them are used for captions and dialogue, some of them are used for in-world props and signage, and some of them are used for paragraphs of text on screen that you read in the form of diary entries, for instance. We prepared 3 separate type families for the game, each with a completely different voice, but each capturing something different about the aesthetic world of Psychonauts as established by the original game and taken further in the sequel. Double Fine even used the fonts we made for Psychonauts 2 in their celebratory 20 Years of Double Fine book they made with Indie by Design. One of the greatest notes that we got while working on this project was from Milena Annabel, who told us that nothing in the world of Psychonauts is at a right angle. Everything is slightly skewed. And this had a big impact on the typography of the game. I remember when we were working on these fonts, we started internally using the word wonk to describe the purposefully leaning and purposely inconsistent letter forms in these typefaces. And I remember when we were writing to Double Fine, we specifically avoided using the word wonk because I was worried they'd hear it and think that that was a negative quality in some way. Only for us to get our very first feedback on the project and see them using the word wonk to describe what we'd made. In the case of the Chia typeface, which is used for Raz's handwriting in the game, We specifically incorporated wonk in the form of these letters which lean to the left and the right, where the thick and thin of the letters drifts around to be reminiscent of someone quickly writing print handwriting with a pen. But we realized while working on this that there may be some players where those particular details, letters leaning left and right and so on, might be just distracting enough to create a reading experience that isn't quite as comfortable for them as we'd like for it to be. And so we created an alternate second version of the Chia typeface called Chia Legibility. It incorporates alternate letter forms for the lowercase a and the lowercase g, for instance, switching them from the single story versions to the double story versions, and removing the left and right leaning quality that I described to create a tone that is much calmer. Here's a comparison between Chia Wonk on the left side and Chia Legibility on the right side. The tone and texture of words and sentences and paragraphs is just a little calmer in the Chia Legibility option. This is revealed to the user at the beginning of the game with a user interface setting that lets them change from the Chia Wonk to the Chia Legibility design. And they'll see that for the rest of their play session. After the game came out, we were delighted to go to Twitter and see lots of tweets from people noticing that this feature had been incorporated and discussing the way that it impacted their playthrough of the game. Years ago, Lettermatic was asked to work on a project involving typography for people with low vision. And it changed the way that I think about designing typefaces for everyone. It changed the way that I thought about the reading experience and what's important. And it's really wonderful to be given an opportunity to incorporate some of that thinking into fonts for games. After the game came out and after these tweets came out, we talked a lot with Double Fine about ways we could push this further. And they were curious to hear what we had in mind and asked us to create a deck which would visually explore some of the ideas that were kicking around in our heads. The presentation that we gave them is quite long. It's over 40 pages. I'm not going to show them all today, but I am going to talk about some of the ideas I think are most important in that document. We do a lot of research at Lettermatic, which often means finding dusty old books like the ones you see behind me. Books like Lettering Simplified. Spoiler alert, it's not simple. Practical Lettering and Layout. A Book of Type and Design. Early Italian Writing Books, Renaissance to Baroque. How to Render Roman Letter Forms. And our goal in looking through all these books is always to find something from the past that we can leverage into something for the future. In this case, an idea from the past called multiplexed fonts seems like it could have brand new life in the context of UI for video games. I want to begin by talking about the typewriter. The typewriter is an important moment in the democratization of typesetting when people could actually make a typeset document in their home or at their office. And it is a machine at its heart. Typically in a Latin typeface, letters are permitted to be whatever width they need to be to look correct to a reader. But because of the engineering behind a typewriter, the carriage moves the same distance every time a letter is pushed on the keyboard. And so this offsets a constraint onto the typefaces, and that's where we get monospace typefaces, where every glyph can only be a fixed width. Nothing can ever be wider than it. Although typefaces are very much a visual asset, they're also strung on top of this invisible system that's harder to perceive. And so in this presentation, I'm going to try to make that a little easier to observe. In this slide, I'm showing 3 different ways of structuring that underlying system that a typeface is built on. At the top, we have monospace fonts, and the blue boxes are showing the fixed width on which every glyph needs to be drawn. You can't ever take up any more horizontal space. Even if the fonts are getting lighter or bolder, they still have to sit on that same fixed width. Proportional fonts are the most common way of structuring the underlying system of a typeface. And the rule in that case basically is just that every glyph can be whatever width you want it to be. And typically as fonts get bolder, from say a regular weight to a bolder weight, it's common in a proportional typeface for the letters to also get wider. So you can see between this regular and bold, the blue boxes don't match each other. At the bottom, we have multiplex fonts, which is sort of a combination of the two ideas. Every glyph is allowed to be whatever width it needs to be to look ideal to the reader, but across a range of weights, that width is now fixed. So if there's a letter G, it's always going to be that width, no matter which weight you choose. So let's look a little bit at some basic typesetting ideas. Here's a paragraph set in Times New Roman in the regular weight. And you can see that this particular paragraph takes up 9 lines when it's set in regular. But if you were to typeset the same exact paragraph in the bold font, you'll see that suddenly it's taking up 10 lines. This is because the bolder letters are wider, and so we have what's called reflow, where words and letters are returned to the next line as the typesetting algorithm fits those particular letters into this particular fixed space. Everyone here will be familiar with reflow to some extent, even if you just remember typesetting a paper for school in Microsoft Word and changing the font and watching one page become 2 pages as your text overflows into the next page. Similarly, typefaces don't really agree with each other. So if we set this same paragraph in Times New Roman regular, where it takes up 9 lines, and we switch to Verdana regular at the exact same point size, suddenly we need 12 lines to fit the same text. And in this example, Verdana regular fits this paragraph of text nicely into these 12 lines. But if we were to switch to Verdana bold, the extra width will cause the reflow to go right off the edge of our 12 lines, and this is called overset text. Let's look at another example. In this case, just the idea of a button, a call to action where we're trying to use a label to tell a player, if you press this button, this will happen. And in this case, we've used Times New Roman and fit these labels nicely onto these 3 sample buttons. And if we switch to Times New Roman bold, we can still fit these labels in nicely. If we switch from Times New Roman to Verdana, though, we'll see that there's a huge disparity in the visual size of these 2 typefaces. So optically, one looks much larger than the other. We already have overset text on this top example with the larger caption on the button. And if we switch to Verdana bold, all 3 overset and can't be fit inside the space we've allocated for the label of this button. Now in this case, I'm using Verdana and Times as examples because they're typefaces that happen to be installed on almost every computer on the planet. But it is a common experience for designers designing the user interface of a game where they may switch partway through development to another typeface they've got off the shelf because it reflects the aesthetic of the game. And it also will happen when you, for instance, if you were to try to create a situation where for accessibility you let the player switch from one typeface to another, this kind of overhead of reflow would be such a big deal that it would essentially prevent or at least deter you from going down that avenue. Here's a third example. Perhaps we need to contain a small paragraph of text in a fixed space on the screen. Now this happens all the time. This could be a little tooltip that pops up to help you understand how to use a feature of the game. It could be that this is a little piece of lore that someone needs to read so that they understand something later on in the game. In this case, set in Times New Roman in the regular weight. And if we switch to the bold weight, both versions are taking up 4 lines. Verdana, on the other hand, takes 5 lines right off the bat. And switching to the bold means we have to take up 6 lines. And so these demonstrations here are intended to convey that typefaces are not all working in equivalency with each other. Some look larger, some look smaller, some take up a certain amount of space, some take up other amounts of space. They weren't designed to work together, and you'll see that if you try to switch from one to the other in user interface design work. Here's another example of a common way fonts might be used in a game. I'm picturing something like the pause menu of a game, where we might want to use the boldness of the type to help the user understand which option in a menu is currently selected. In this case, we're showing Times New Roman and Verdana both at 23 points right next to each other, and this helps us observe this disparity in their apparent size on screen. Verdana looks considerably larger than Times does. And if we switch to the next option in the menu, which says Gameplay Settings, Times New Roman's doing an okay job of helping us fit our label onto that menu item, but Verdana has the overset text warning. We've bled completely off the edge of our available space in this menu, which has a fixed width. Here at Lettermatic, we think there's another way of doing this, and it's informed by our experience as typeface designers, and our opportunity to observe UI designers struggling with some of these same problems in their day-to-day work. And that leads me into this section, which we'll call multiplex magic. So from here on out in this presentation, when you see type labeled in this color, that's going to mean proportional fonts. You can think of it like this is the way that almost every typeface works. And when you see labels using this color, that's going to refer to multiplex fonts, which is the alternate approach I'm going to be explaining in the next few minutes. In order to thoroughly explain our ideas to Double Fine, we made a series of 3 prototype typefaces. And we started by making the proportional version, and that's the version that can be seen on this slide. One thing to note is that the weights from light to black take up a different amount of horizontal space. So at the top, you can see the gap between the end of the line and this red line on the right side of the frame, and you can see how much closer at the bottom of the frame the black weight gets to that red line. Then we went through a process of converting that proportional design to be multiplexed. This is the exact same point size in the typesetting. There's been no tracking adjustments here, and it's the same weight range, light, regular, medium, semi-bold, bold, and black. But no matter which of those styles you were to switch between, the fonts would never take up any more horizontal space. This chart shows all 3 prototypes in their proportional form, where each weight is taking up a different amount of horizontal space. And this chart shows the multiplex versions, where each of these fonts is completely interchangeable for any of the others. This is a very careful drawing process where not only do we need to capture 3 different voices to show the feasibility of this idea, but we also need to carefully redraw them so that it doesn't look like there's any compromises in the visual appearance of the result. At the top of this slide is a set of boxes which show the individual width of each of the letters. So these are not monospace fonts. The letters are allowed to have a width that suits that particular drawing, but once we've selected a width, it stays that width no matter which style we're drawing or which weight we're drawing. So now that we have these multiplex prototype fonts, let's look at the same typesetting samples that we did before and see what the advantage is. In this case, the paragraph of text is taking up 11 lines in prototype A, 28 points in the regular weight. And if we switch to the bold weight, we are still taking up the same 11 lines. We can switch to prototype B in the regular weight, still 11 lines, no change in horizontal width. And we can switch to the bold weight of prototype B, and we're still not taking up any more space. The reading experience and the tone and the texture of the type is not compromised. It's still pleasant to read and it still can take on different aesthetic voices. But even as we switch between all 3 of the prototypes in all of their available weights, we still will never see any change to the amount of space the type is taking up on screen. And ultimately, this means that a designer can lay out where text occurs on a screen once, without having to worry that switching between any of the fonts will cause it to overset like it did in our original samples. We also want to create opportunity for typographic emphasis. So bolding a word for emphasis is a very common way to draw a reader's eye towards an important part of a piece of text. You'll see it in the pages of novels or magazines or newspapers. And we should allow people designing games to provide that same kind of emphasis to a player. So in this case, the diagram here shows our same 11 lines, but some text right in the middle of the paragraph has been bolded, and we still aren't seeing any reflow because those bolder fonts aren't taking up any more space than the regular fonts they are replacing. Here's another sample arbitrarily mixing the weights together in the context of the same paragraph and still not seeing any shift. We're even switching to an italic on the bottom lines, and there's no reflow of text. Here's that same arbitrary arrangement of regular, bold, and italic, but in a completely different typeface, a prototype designed for a completely different aesthetic tone, and the type still takes up the exact same amount of space. So let's look at a before and after. Here's that paragraph in Times New Roman, regular. Here it is in bold, taking up a completely different amount of space. Verdana and Verdana bold doing the same, including the overset where we can't even contain this paragraph in that same amount of space. And the multiplex fonts, where no matter which we switch between, We won't ever overset this paragraph. What about our sample where we had a contained paragraph of text in a fixed amount of space on the screen? In the proportional fonts Times New Roman and Verdana, we had very different reactions where if we were to switch between those typefaces during a game, for instance, the UI designer and developer wouldn't really be able to account for how different the rendering would be between those two fonts. But with our prototype, it will always take up these 5 lines no matter which version we switch between, even if we're switching between completely different aesthetic voices. Here's the sample with the labels on the 3 buttons, where switching between Times and Verdana shows us exactly how differently these 2 example font files behave when compared. And here are those same labels in the prototype fonts, where no matter which weight or style we switch between, they'll all take up the exact allotted space of our label. Here's the menu example, where Times and Verdana looked like they were very different visual sizes on screen, and we had some of those overset text problems where we couldn't fit the label in if we were switching between these 2 fonts. But with the multiplex fonts, the fonts all seem to be a very similar visual size on screen, and it doesn't matter which version we switch between. If we want to bold a label for emphasis, it's never going to bleed off the edge of the button. While we're all learning all the time about what accessible design means, one of the primary things I've taken away is simply that design is about providing options. Typically, when you start a game for the first time, there might be a series of configurable options that are going to impact your experience of that game from then on. I'm thinking of things like a gamma adjustment to make the contrast appear correct on your television or your gaming monitor, or the ability to go into settings and change the volume of footsteps relative to other sound effects like you can in Fallout 76 as an example. With the addition of these multiplex fonts that are much easier to deal with from a design and engineering perspective, we're imagining a broader selection of opening typographic options when you start a game for the first time. Perhaps when starting the game, you see a selection of options like this that let you choose between a light mode and a dark mode for captions, as you can in many games today. But then you might be given a slider and asked to choose which weight of text feels best to you as a reader. I can tell you that, for instance, when running focus groups of senior citizens who have low vision, as an example, the weight of text comes up a lot in their answers to, is this type pleasant for you to read? And it's not a consistent opinion. It's a subjective, personal opinion that has to do with that person, their preferences, and their experience of reading. So, for instance, some people might say, this text is too light for me, I can't read it, it bleeds into the page. Or someone else might say, this text is too bold, it looks too muddy to me. So in that case, knowing that these opinions differ, perhaps if we provided someone with a slider that let them subjectively change the weight of type on screen to their own preference, they might have a more enjoyable experience playing a game. They could have a sample paragraph on screen and drag the slider to see the impact of that change, and they could decide they're done when that paragraph of text looks easiest to read for them. Then they could have an option to choose if they wanted a sort of regular size of type on screen, or if they need a larger size to better suit their vision. At Lettermatic, we often think of typefaces as being designed for 2 separate but related audiences. There's the people that are eventually going to read these letters, and there's the designers and developers that are responsible for putting them there. And in this case, typefaces are tools. We've made these in particular to better suit both the experience of playing a game for someone that maybe doesn't have typical sight, and the experience of building a game to provide these accessibility options. So what we're imagining is that ultimately swapping the font that's being rendered on screen is most of the work. The overhead of designing UI that takes into consideration wildly different lengths of text is replaced by putting that emphasis onto the actual font file itself to do the heavy lifting. My understanding is that the Q&A today will be done via Discord, so if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me there. You can also contact me on Twitter. I'm @RileyCran. Additionally, I wanted to mention that although this work was originally done for Double Fine, They've encouraged me to mention here today that they'd love to see these options provided in other games. So if you're working on a game right now and you think that this kind of typesetting could benefit what you're doing and the future players of your game, please feel free to reach out to us at lettermatic.com and we can discuss ways in which we might help you get there.
I think you can probably tell that we at Xbox and at Double Fine, we have loved working with Lettermatic. So yes, like please also go and work with them. I feel like watching that talk, like I remember the first time we shared this internally and just watching people's faces, like the first time he switched between the regular font to the bold and it didn't change size, and literally the room being like, what? And just, you know, UI designers everywhere just being like, oh my God, our day has come. Because, you know, fonts are a huge problem because of the stuff that Riley was opening with about how switching fonts can take so much space and create such a disproportionate amount of change that it can overflow and break your UI and be really ugly. But just this kind of idea of, oh, let's just have multiple fonts that we know exactly how much space they take because we're going to intentionally have them all the same space provides you that ability to swap it out. And again, it's one of those things of like, now you've heard it, like, how did we not think of this before? Like, it seems so simple, but none of us had. So again, thank you so much to Lettermatic and the work they've done. So we'll be taking a brief break, and then when we come back, we will be back with our production panel, which I'm really excited to have. So I'll see you after the break. Just hanging out. Oh my God, I did start dancing. What's in the water here today? Maybe we should make some last minute pivots to the reception, add music, maybe have a dance party instead. I know it was supposed to be like a time to network and stuff, but obviously this crowd has different plans. We always have two panels at the Game Accessibility Conference. One is always from players and the other is always from devs. We always rotate what field, group, profession, whatever is having the panel. And this one I'm really excited about as someone who came from production themselves. And it's all about hearing from producers working in the industry about what getting accessibility is like for them. Because if you're a good producer and not just secretly telling your devs to do things outside of the sprint planning, there is like a way to literally just like, I know. As a producer, I hate that. As an accessibility lead, I'm flexible. No, look, if you work at one of my studios, I definitely never do that. Don't look into it. Sorry. Topher, keep working on that thing. Don't tell them. Just kidding. Mostly. No, so I'm really excited for this panel, and I absolutely love the title of it. Addressing accessibility, a look behind the curtain. And if you haven't seen the meme in the Discord for this yet, please check it out. And so let's check out this panel.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Behind the Curtain, where producers are talking about accessibility in gaming and how to incorporate it into the development of our different projects. I'm Amethyst Begley. I am working as a producer with Arcane Austin. And I see we have other producers. Who are you? Mihai, would you like to go first? Introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Mihai. I'm a producer at Ubisoft Ukraine. My team is an associate team working for tech and accessibility for an announced AAA project.
Hi, I am Dr. JC Lau. I am a senior producer at Probably Monsters, currently working on an unannounced project. Before that, I was at Harebrained Schemes, where I worked on BattleTech, one of the core technologies team, and an unannounced project. There, I also helped drive accessibility work and helped write a studio accessibility policy. And before that, I was at Bungie, where I founded the Bungie Diversity Committee and worked on Destiny 2 and its first year of expansions.
Excellent.
Hi, everyone. I'm Angela Lee. I'm a senior game producer for World of Warcraft at Blizzard Entertainment. I've been in this role for 4 years, focusing on user interface and accessibility. And before that, previously I was 7 years as QA analyst for World of Warcraft. So a total of over 11 years working on World of Warcraft.
Impressive. Well, I'll start us off with the first question, and it kind of ties in to a little bit of your background. So feel free to either go a little bit more in depth into it. But the first question is, how did each of you become aware of accessibility in gaming? And the part that you might want to go more in depth on is, versus your introduction was, how did you come into the current role and become the advocate that you are?
I can take this one. So the first contact with accessibility was on Watch Dogs 2, where we developed many options for PC, like a multiple save system, customizable controls page, input adaptation, and video options menu. And after that, we realized that we can significantly do more, explore and improve for all platforms. We started learning about CVAA. We started to think how we can improve on the system, and how we can end up adding a wide range of features by iterating on the basic ones. So this led us to the next project, Watch Dogs Legion, in which having a dedicated accessibility team, we managed to add on top of the things that we learned from Watch Dogs 2 and to improve a lot on all platforms. Like the easiest example to give you, we had the subtitle speaker name, and on top of that, we had the audio captions for gameplay information, for explosions, sirens, shooting, different actions in the game. These were completely customizable, so you could display up to 2 or 4 events in the same time. And even more, we added captions, directional arrows. Those were highlighting where something was happening within the radius of the player, like different sounds or different actions important for the players to have a visual input on the screen.
Yeah, that is super helpful, right? To give people more than one way to have that communication be received.
That's exactly right, because after some internal playtests with some accessibility advocates, we managed to get this feedback that we had a bunch of UI elements popping on the screen, useful for understanding where to go in the mission, what to do, where is the map, all that cool stuff. But we didn't have anything for the hearing impaired persons to showcase what is happening in the moment, like the actions that are happening around the player in that specific moment. So we took this feedback and we tried to implement it, and we did eventually.
Yeah, and what I like about a lot of accessibility features is how much it crosses over. So it's not just like it's not just serving one person or one disability or there's just a lot of benefits that are picked up and provided for a lot of different players.
Yeah, and I'll also say, like, with the directional hearing feature, I actually use that because part of my accessibility journey is I'm effectively disabled. I've worn glasses since I was 7. I have some hearing loss in one ear, so it's like my directional hearing is not super great, and so having those features has been really useful for me. Also for me, the way I got into accessibility was it's actually kind of selfish because it's stuff that I need. So I used to do a lot of roller derby, and a few years ago I actually got multiple concussions from it. So I had a traumatic brain injury, and it led to things like getting migraines when I see certain color combinations, or if I see flashing lights, strobing effects on the screen. It also meant that I had certain attention issues, so I couldn't focus on if there's a lot of UI elements on the screen, I'm just I don't know what's going on here. So also just because roller derby is one of those sports, I also had my fingers run over at one point, so they don't actually straighten. This is as straight as they go. So I don't know if y'all can see that at home, but yeah, it's so basically this affects my ability to hold a large controller or repeatedly click a mouse. I get muscle fatigue. So for me, going into accessibility is functionally advocating for myself and other people who might not have that voice in a studio. And that's kind of where I approach this from. So seeing things like the directional arrows in knowing which way even voiceover or sound effects are coming from, or being able to have the option of even just when you have a save game and you have the little screenshot that's here's what you were doing, that has been really useful for me. Remappable controls have been great because one of my hands is busted. So just having those options just makes something that I love doing, which is playing games, so much easier for me to not have to worry about how do I need to navigate this space, and being in the room where those games are made and being able to advocate for it there is a way for me to just lend that voice. I am not a monolith in terms of my expertise in different areas of accessibility, but I can at least speak to some of these things and hopefully that will get surfaced. So that's how I got into it.
Yeah, it kind of has an echoing effect, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and also I guess I also do a lot of work in other DEI spaces in the games industry, and I would like absolutely love to elevate accessibility to those same levels of visibility that these other areas get. So this is also why I'm here, I guess.
How I got in, I initially was an internal tools producer, and when moving over to the user interface team, the player feedback email, accessibility@blizzard.com, also were forwarded to me. It's like, oh, the user interface producer usually gets this. So I've been reading every email and documenting the feedback for the team so they can reference the frequency and volume of certain requests from our players. And then from reading players' feedback, I will say, I will admit, I was coming from a place of ignorance before reading a lot of the feedback, but reading all it has really impacted me emotionally, and I became invested in helping improve accessibility of World of Warcraft. I hear people's requests of I would like to play this game, but I can't because of X, Y, and Z. And it's like, at the end of the day, we just want as many people as possible to play our games and to enjoy our games and have it as a way of escaping, right? Day to day, I work really closely with our senior user researcher, Dr. Nikki Crenshaw, and she's very, very passionate about accessibility, and I have learned a lot from her. She has been source of a lot of the knowledge and feedback from players. So I'm very thankful to have someone to, kind of be by my side and show me the ropes of game accessibility as well.
Yeah. I also am coming from a place of ignorance. I mean, I have an ingrained belief that representation matters. And I know that my experience isn't the one and only experience, but I don't have nearly the imagination of the different experiences that every person on this planet has. And nobody does, right? But when I get to experience things through other people's lives, which games afford us, right? We become better and richer for it. And when I started working with Arcane Austin, one of the roles as a producer for me specifically was as an accessibility champ. That's the title of my role, where I'm the liaison with the accessibility teams that encompass a lot of the different studios for Microsoft, Xbox, and ZeniMax. So I have a huge resource. And so now suddenly my eyes are open to how much planning needs to go into it, how many voices are collected, and how many other studios have had these challenges presented and how they overcame them in order to provide a more accessible game. And so that's how I came into it, and that's how I became this particular role, and that's why I'm so passionate for this opportunity.
Awesome. I would like to know everyone's lessons and challenges of balancing accessibility features versus game features, and with the consideration of scheduling too. It's a pretty meaty question.
Yeah. So I guess I'll start, because I think of all the teams and all the projects here, my team is in the earliest stage of development right now. So we just entered pre-production. So you will not see anything about the project I'm working on for several years. But in order to enter pre-production, we Probably Monsters requires that a team submits a series of what we call artifacts. So artifacts are things like you have to give them a copy of your first playable build. You have to submit your budget and headcount, your development roadmap, your technical documents, your live ops plan, like design documents, etc. So there is no, at this point right now, this is a developing process, but at this point, there was no formalized accessibility plan that you had to submit. So what we ended up doing was we were like, well, we know we want to put accessibility features in, so why don't we just build this into our design documents and into our technical documents and make sure that we are thinking about accessibility and including it from the outset. So I like that, there's that I think it's an old adage at this point, like accessibility is like making a blueberry muffin. Like you have to bake the accessibility and you can't just shove the accessibility at the end, because then that's not really a blueberry muffin. or that's not really accessibility. So when we were building our design documentation, for example, we talked about how do we do nonverbal player communication? How do we do button remapping? What does this look like across these different pillars of accessibility? And because it's built into our documentation, it's something that we can refer to regularly because it's already kind of part of the official plan. So I will say we're very lucky because we're doing this from the outset. I think there are ways that you can do this if it's not there from the outset. So if there is, I'm just going to come out and say this. I do not believe that there is any gameplay feature that is so precious and integral to your game loop that design cannot integrate accessibility in and accommodate it later. So if it's not there from the outset, the thing that is getting you is really the other parts of, the producer iron triangle, your budget or your timing is the thing that is going to bump up against accessibility. So building them into the schedule early makes it easier to account for, but I'm curious, what do you do if it's not there right from the outset? Because y'all are in different parts of development, so I'd love to hear what you have to say about this.
I can go next. I can answer at least that. For me, we're definitely full on production, and the accessibility that we're trying to bring in at this point. There are some wonderful developers who have been advocating for and putting in basic common sense accessible features, but coming in at this phase in our production cycle, like you said, trying to put blueberry muffins in, it would have been a lot easier, or blueberries right into that muffin. It would have been a lot easier earlier if it had been part of the long-term plan. And so at this stage, it is really, we are up against timelines and making the best choices that we can. And it's been a challenge at times, and overall, the biggest takeaway that I've got is, the earlier the better. That's what I want to do in the future projects, and then just do what we can while we're still in development.
Mihai, how about you?
Yes, I agree with you guys completely, 100%. And I got a bit lost because I was reminding myself the challenges that we had for the previous project and how we are trying right now to improve on the current one. And yeah, that's very important. Start as early as you can. We kind of went with the blueberry muffin approach on the previous one, and we kind of tried to patch it into the project, into the product. So what we did, we had our team and we had our plans, and we tried to adapt those plans to already ongoing project and product. So it was difficult. Why? Because we had to align with the direction, and all the directors from all the cells had their direction, and we came, and suddenly they were like, "Wow, what is going on?" So stop. We have to take this into account, because this has to fit for the release of the game. So it was challenging to explain, challenging to align, and also to implement the mentality of accessibility into the ongoing already production. We joined after alpha, so already the game was in production. We took that learning, however, and today on the current project, we are trying to implement it as early as possible. We are trying to bring together the directors for them to be the ones advocating for the importance of accessibility. What we are doing is on a weekly basis, bringing everyone into the same room and for 1 hour, just try to update each other about the findings, ideas, maybe some plans, and try to find a common goal. As you know, for Ubisoft, it's kind of the associate studio mentality. So we have different teams in different parts of the world working together, and that can be amazingly useful, but also amazingly difficult to manage. So we have one advocate in each studio for each cell, that comes forth and tries to take learnings, try to enforce good practices, and yeah, we are trying to get together on this. So that's a very important part. Start early and start developing with accessibility in mind. Anything. Because in the end, you will see that accessibility touches everything, so you cannot escape it, no matter how hard you try. Yeah.
WoW was released back in 2004, so I guess going with the blueberry muffin analogy, we have no blueberries in our muffins. We have a lot of tech debt to address. So it's been challenging to bring WoW up to modern game accessibility standards. And when we do build out new systems and tech, we are rebuilding them with accessibility in mind. Sometimes features that impacts how World of Warcraft plays. For example, we're introducing Interact Key in Dragonflight. Those kind of things tend to need more playtesting internally to make sure we're taking the right steps towards making the game more accessible without affecting, how World of Warcraft is meant to be played right now. The WoW team, in terms of scheduling, the WoW team has been dedicating some development time each update to further expand our features and options. And because we're a multiplayer game and a live service game, we face challenges of certain accessibility features being used for botting and cheating. So features will also run through our risk team to make sure we're not accidentally introducing an exploit on a mass scale. There's always more polish improvements from the minimal viable product. We always, need to release something, and sometimes it's tough to, I don't mean to release a feature when it's not ready, but sometimes accessibility features, we can always do better on them, but sometimes we also have to draw the line somewhere and launch the feature and then go back to polish it later after receiving more player feedback. So those are the struggles we're dealing with. One of my first accessibility features was the text-to-speech and speech-to-text support. And after doing extensive user research and play testing, we really uncovered a lot of feedback and polish that we should have considered in the first place. And it was definitely, there was a lot of lessons learned from that in terms of considering user research and understanding how players will use this feature and building a system off of that. So next time we build big accessibility features, we want to study more on how it should be used. What are the struggles still if we implement the minimal viable product? What is still lacking for the users that will end up using it?
I really like that idea of just if it doesn't make it into the blueberry muffin, if the blueberries are not in the muffin to start with, make a blueberry frosting or something, hatching something in later is still better than not having it at all. And especially as producers, that there are features that will be cut, or that there are features that won't make launch, or if you join post-launch, what do you do? And I really like that idea of there is always room for accessibility, and you can always hatch to this even if it's not there at the outset, and you can always, and it goes to that mindset of always constantly trying to improve your product.
Yeah, I mean, we've all seen it too with different titles where they're able to turn the ship around on the accessible front and provide a solid game, and it's so good and satisfying to see that happen. From watching from the inside looking out, you're like, yes, you did it, cheering them on.
Does someone else have a question?
Yes, I have a question. I want to know what learnings through mistakes you had on previous projects that you consider bringing to future ones.
Yeah, I can go ahead and get started with this one. For myself, it's really kind of the moment I'm experiencing now is I want to have gone back in time and been a part of this and part of design. This is exactly where we're talking about accessibility and how does that thread out into the different departments. That's what I want to do in future projects. That's my short answer. Honestly, that's the biggest learning I could ever share. It's like from design, put it in there.
That's the most controversial part, I think, the design of the accessibility. There are so many things to take into account, and I remember the game designer that I worked with on Legion was an incredible guy, and he struggled so much to find ways that things are working. For example, I remember something related to your previous mentioning, Angela, about aiming system. We had something similar, and we had kind of the similar challenge that our aiming system, which was advanced aim lock-on, that will allow players to use just one hand with the controller and basically finish the game. So you can actually finish the game with one hand. And we had this challenge that we didn't know how to tackle that allowed other players to cheat in multiplayer. But actually, my idea was that there was so much documentation and there was so much trial and error in the beginning. So what I'm trying to say is that you have to have an open mind approach when you start thinking about accessibility. You'll have a lot of things to cover, and there will be a lot of documentation, a lot of things that will be cut from the game, and a lot of things that will remain to be released. But this should not disappoint you in any way. You need to push forward, because this is kind of the process of iteration that happens for any game. But for accessibility, it's more complex because it touches so many parts of the game. And what I think it's also important to take into account with this iteration process, you need to have a team that can handle it. A dedicated team, and this helped us a lot to have different specific profiles for the entire duration of development working on those features. Because you have, like, on a big scale project, you have this instinct to kind of change and play around with resources to say, hey, maybe you can do that, maybe help me with that, maybe there is this for you. But for accessibility, we kind of have the team focused, and they did only that, and it helped us a lot to have the product from start to finish in good shape and with good iterations.
You know, if I might interject, that's also something that's something that I've learned on my current project, is like how much stuff involves, not just, you know, in the development of the game and of course iteration, but what you learn, like the things you learn, that you can always just grab it, pocket it, and apply it in a patch or in another project. Just taking a lot of comfort that you do the best that you can with what you've got, and you keep pushing to do better, and do what you can with what you know. And I just take a lot of comfort in that. And I also am so happy with the level of communication that is the information that's out there in general, which I'm sure we'll touch on very soon. But I just you know, talking about learnings and putting them into the next project, like that's something else that you learn while you're in it. You're like, if only I knew so much. Well, you don't, and you didn't, and now you do.
I've definitely made a mistake recently. I forgot to loop in game design leadership on accessibility feedback thread that had a really quick turnaround for implementation. Like, the engineers were really excited about, like, we want to help with this motion sickness problem, and the turnaround, it was very easy to implement. And the setting allowed players to drastically change how World of Warcraft is meant to be played. So when we realized that it caused like unintended side effects, we instead we modified the version of the implementation to still help with the motion sickness, but remove the portion that was unintended. But you know, the public was able to try a little bit and be like, oh, you know, what the heck, it got taken away. And, you know, lesson learned for me is, like, I always need to loop in game design leadership when changes can affect the whole game. and we don't want to put out something that may disappoint players by taking it away after, if it was unintended.
Yeah. I will absolutely second that, because I think one of the biggest learnings I've had in this area is just fostering those relationships with your dev team. So as producers, we're often like, we're working with the team to create the product, but we're not working directly on the actual feature. And yeah, one of the things I've had to learn is just not to be afraid to ask my designers and my engineers and my UI artists and my whoever to kind of reframe their vision of what that feature is, so it will accommodate accessibility. When I was earlier in my career, we were working on a project where, so this was actually something that came out of BattleTech, and we had, like, you have the mechs and they shoot the other mechs, and there's a line that kind of showed you the trajectory of what the where you're going to hit. And we're like, well, we can change the colors of these lines, like, so to accommodate like various color blindness. And one of the challenges there was the colors that we would have to change them to were not in the initial vision for the color palette that the UI team was using. And so it became okay, well, how do we do this? Like, how do we, like, we want to accommodate this, but this meant we would have to redo a lot of the UI. And, like I said before, like, the challenge is not that people don't want to do accessibility. The challenge is how does this bump up against things like budget and timeline and that sort of stuff. So for us, we just kind of sat down and we were just like, okay, well, what are the goals of this feature? The goal of the feature is to make sure that the player can see where their shots are going to land. Okay, how do you meet the goals of this feature and the intended play experience while also still putting accessibility in? And this is why I'm just really strongly of the belief that there is nothing so precious about any particular design that you cannot put accessibility in, because you just have to ask the right questions and have that relationship on your team where people trust that, like, everyone is going to still create a great player experience, but a great player experience for more players. So yeah, I think for me that, like, just making, like, echoing what Angela said, like, making sure that you have those good relationships on your team is really a key factor in learning.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Mihai, I cut you off earlier. Did you have more to say? I'm sorry.
Please. I just remembered and heard you addressing it, communication, and for me, a learning was as well would be to learn from other teams and other projects, and we found out, but a bit later for the previous project, and that was a bit of a letdown because it could have helped us a lot in budgeting to kind of approach differently the tech limitations for engine, for example, and also the challenges that we had on UI, because JC, you were mentioning about scalable UI, and we had kind of the same issue, and having that addressed later in the project is a mess. It's delicate. We managed it, but it required additional resources and budget. And yeah, those are things that definitely I will have them in mind for the next project.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Actually, with the speech to text and text to speech, WoW was the first game within Blizzard to implement that. But we had it on the BattleNet app, and we learned from their UX research on how to approach it and kind of keep that design also consistent. And then Overwatch 2 is the second game to support that. And so they reached out and, asked, like, we're implementing this, like, what did you learn from your implementation? And, how can we take the right approach to implementing this feature as well? And we also wanted to share some tech, so we didn't have to, do more work that is unnecessary. So great point. Yeah.
Yeah. I also do want to touch on, we've mentioned budget a little bit, and that was also one of the other learnings I had. Like, accessibility requires budget, the tech requires budget, consultants require budget, like, just making sure you have those line items in your budget as early as possible to account for these is really important as well, because yeah, like sometimes if you are adding a feature in order to make it accessible, it's going to take more time, it's going to take more overhead, it's going to take more like, you know, money to make this. And sometimes like if you are making it a big expensive feature, like you have to be able to factor in the cost of accessibility into this. So just one of the learnings that I also took from working at a smaller studio and doing accessibility work was just shoving that line into like that line item onto the budget, making sure that accessibility is represented there. So we had funding to, like, we were looking at working with consultants. So just making sure that they were being paid equitably, they had time, and they had time to actually do the work properly, and we had time to iterate on what their feedback was as well. So that was one of the other things that like sometimes people forget to, like, this stuff is iteration and it does take time. So yeah.
That's a good point, JC. And one last thing for me, indeed, working with consultants is very important for us. To mention David Tisera and Cherry Thompson, so two that are kind of advocating at the group level the importance of accessibility and involving themselves in every project. And that's really interesting to have a person coming from a culture of accessibility, going to the kind of project-oriented production mindset of managing budget, resources, and shipping in time and without errors, the perfect product. And it's interesting to kind of interject and try to find a way to implement that mentality in the because you need to change a bit to get out of your shell, out of your desk, and try to see the open world, try to think about the community, try to think about players, maybe setting up some playtests, talking to some people, and it changes radically your view on the product. And that's also another thing that I want to share with all of you, and maybe some learning that you need to get out and try the community, try it out as early as possible, maybe with your betas, your playtests, as much as you can gather feedback and act on that feedback. Also, the players, they need to see and to feel the progress that you have on your product.
Cool. All right. So I guess as we are wrapping this up, I am curious to know, just given what your accessibility journeys have been so far and like how you got into these roles, like what advice do you have for other producers or developers who are out there who want to make more accessible games? Like what resources are there and how would you advise them on how to start?
Mihai actually covered some of this a little bit, but like play testing, listening to player feedback, and learning what accessibility options are offered in other games, looking at how different options have positively impacted gamers with disabilities. And, I mentioned earlier, we utilize our user research team to help us learn and understand how disabled gamers navigate and play WoW. But I feel like if developers don't have a user research team, there are also lots of amazing streamers and content creators out there with disabilities that can help developers understand struggles just from watching them stream and trying to like navigate around, the various games they play. In terms of training, a group of us on each game team are certified with APX, Accessible Player Experiences from Abled Gamers. And we have been spreading the knowledge to our development teams about like what we learned from the certification. I have learned a lot from the course, and it was honestly what kickstarted my confidence to advocate for more accessible features. But another free option is Microsoft. They offer an online course called Gaming Accessibility Fundamentals. That's also really great. So I just spreading more awareness, getting people to understand and empathize the struggles of disabled gamers, and yeah, that's a bit.
So totally agree. A couple of points also from my side, and yeah, having accessibility in your demos, I think this you guys agree, and we agree that it's very important. It's not only about having it in demos, but also gather the feedback and act on that feedback. Also, a couple of more important points. We were mentioning starting early, having a dedicated accessibility team for your scope, defining the mandate as well. What do you want from accessibility? How it ties in your product? What are your tech limitations, design limitations? Also, another important one is look at the competition. Check out what they're doing and see the community feedback for each game that it's out there, and try to assess it and try to make the best out of the tech that is out there. I think it's important to have a specialized test team dedicated for accessibility that can like evaluate your product on a constant basis, and that can provide you useful feedback. And aligned with that is to have for production constant reviews, internal reviews dedicated for this accessibility, led by your directors, led by the guys that are driving the product. And yeah, the last point from my side would be to work with the community advocates, learn about community needs, and try as much as to get close through your product to the community. And good things will happen for sure.
Yeah, what a robust answer. Like, I can't even touch that. I think the only thing I can mention again is there are so many resources out there that even if you don't have much of a budget, I just know that I'm able to access a lot of different points of view from articles. Thankfully, a lot more attention is being paid to accessibility. So there's a lot more articles from renowned magazines, especially gaming centric ones, that are focusing on that and amplifying the often ignored voice of those in need of accessibility. And I guess the only other thing I would add is just buy-in. Get buy-in as much as you can from the teams, and don't worry about being the squeaky wheel, because that's what you're there for, right? And that's what we want, is we want a game that's enjoyed by as many people as possible, able to experience all of that hard work that's going into our respective titles. And then, of course, as you said, Mihai, that there was listening to your competitors. But what I love is stuff like this panel and other conferences that that allow you to learn alongside, because yeah, maybe competition breeds innovation, but it also can build community.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just like, I don't know how to follow that. But I will say, on the point of buy-in, I think there is something really, really important there. As producers, we are often also the stewards of our team, like our team's culture and our team's health. And so I think one thing that is very easy and does not cost anything to do, that you can do right now, is just fostering that sense of accessibility awareness on your team. So like, you know, it goes into that community building thing within your development team. So so when I was at Harebrained, we had a thing called Producer Homeroom, where all the producers would come together and we would spend an hour a week just like watching GDC talks or whatever, and just like, so we had like a shared experience for learning. But you can also do things with your development team, like watch GaConf videos together, watch, like, you know, Angela suggested like watching like streamers play this, like watch this as a team. And this is not only a bonding experience for your team to do something like this together, but you're all learning, and that just elevates that experience and expertise of people like knowing what the accessibility issues are. So yeah, I think that's a very like easy, low cost thing you can do. So if you don't have a very big accessibility, like specialized team, or you don't have user research, like this is just something you can start doing. One thing we also did was Able Gamers has these things called the APX flashcards. So they're adorable. I highly recommend it if people get them from the store. It's like a flashcard and it has like, you know, an accessibility issue on it. And you can use these as like a practice mechanism to just learn about different accessibility issues. And we just had a bunch as a team and we would just use them on each other. And it was great. It was just like super fun. It's like, you know, when it's fun, but also educational and you don't realize you're learning
Best
stuff.
way to learn, right?
Yeah.
I was trying to find me. I went off camera a little bit to try to find my set, but I couldn't reach them. So.
Yeah. But yeah, like look them up. They're great. So like, I wish I had them with me as well, but they're just fantastic. And it was just lovely just to do that as a team bonding exercise, you know, in addition to just reading like accessibility guidelines or, you know, reading UR feedback. It was just fun to learn.
Yeah. This is a really good talk, and we are fast approaching the 45-minute mark. So any last words from anybody? Any thoughts, questions, anything you want to advocate for besides accessibility?
I think, you know, it takes a lot of patience both on the game development side and on the player for advances for this. So, you know, a lot of times it may be slow, but I think as long as people are respectful of delivering the feedback and, you know, not allow feedback to be hostile and just be patient, I think it will get through to all game developers. And I'm sure a lot of them are listening and they want to do the best they can.
Yeah. And Angela, if I cut you off at all with like, oh, we're running out of time, please take whatever time you do need to get your answer in for the question that you may not have had the time to. No. But thanks, everybody. It was really great to meet all of you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It was great.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Bye, everybody. Let's wrap it up.
Yeah.
Let's close that curtain or keep it open. I don't know.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
Cool. Thank you, everyone.
Do want to say I feel bad for whatever our next developer panel is, because working with producers to organize their own panel, oh my God, it was great. I only want to do panels with producers from now on. So easy. They were organized. Normally we have to like harass people and set the time and date for them. And no, they did it themselves because they're producers and we love them. But there was so much great information in here. And you know, one of the things that kind of got highlighted is, and, you know, reinforced in chat, that if you are in production, you know, you have purview over the budget and scheduling. And so it's really something that we have to make sure in production roles that we are keeping track of, making sure that there is time and it's something that's been scheduled and that we're going to work for in the future. You know, we have to have that as part of our planning, or otherwise it just may not be in there. And also, you know, when you are a producer for a dev team, like once you have that trust, you're able to bring up accessibility and get it integrated into the team culture so that you personally, as the producer, aren't the only one responsible for accessibility on your team. You know, when more people work on accessibility, the more likely you're going to have great accessibility. I mean, you know, talk of planning, iteration, getting feedback from other teams, lots of love for UR in this talk, obviously. And then, you know, kind of talking about, you know, learning. Actually, one of the talks we'll have after lunch is all about the fundamentals training course from Xbox. So you'll get to learn more about that. And of course, plugging the APX cards. If you are not able to afford the APX training course, because I know particularly for some devs, it can be a little pricey. The Apex cards are much more affordable. And obviously it's not the same as taking the course, but it's $30 instead of more than $30. So, it could be something that's right for you and what you're doing. But again, there's also the fundamentals training course that you'll learn about later today. And so with that, it's actually time to break for lunch. I can't believe we're halfway through day 2 already. So please, we're going to break. We'll come back here at 1:15 and we'll get started on the second half then. So thanks everyone. Go get some food at home. Also get food. Bye. Hello. Waiting for the captioning. Also, how are our interpreters? They had an earthquake. Okay, they're good. Yeah, literally as we were breaking for lunch, there was like a 5 point something. They're in San Francisco. Where's the captioner? Hold on, let me check something. Captioner. There we go. Huh? I saw. Wait, are they? Oh, come on. Oh, please. Do, 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 do. They're getting set up. Please hold. Okay, are we there? Hey! Testing worked. Maybe. Look, this is your fault. We were having a great event and then you showed up. But there we go. Okay, perfect. What am I doing with my life? Let's get this back together. All right, welcome back from lunch, everyone. I hope you had a great meal. Shout out for the Archer staff for continuing to deliver absolutely delicious food. I don't know if you got to try that soup. Absolutely phenomenal. Very, very good. Very much appreciated. So now that we're going into our first segment after lunch, you know what time it is. It is our time for micro talks, where we will have the 4 short talks that we have back to back. Because again, these are important topics that we want to highlight. So we've actually had a lot of talk about what to do from a developer side, but what about if you're from a publisher? And what if you're an indie? How do you build empathy? How do you prioritize within your work? Well, I'm excited that we have Britt here today, who is going to be telling us all about that. So let's learn prioritizing accessibility, how an indie publisher threads empathy, responsibility, and education to support accessibility in their titles.
I'm Britt Dye. I'm a white woman in her 30s with curly, shoulder-length brown hair and glasses wearing a pink shirt. I'm the usability and accessibility specialist at Whitethorn Games, an indie publisher and developer that caters to cozy and approachable game experiences. Just a little bit about me. My educational background is in information science, data analytics, and accessibility. I have a professional background in diversity, equity, and inclusion, and intersectional accessibility with regards to legal and information literacy. Through my experience, I've found that learning about something creates a stake in it, and meeting people where they are and moving forward together helps facilitate learning. I've been in my position for a little over a year, and while I'm the only person in my department, I've been tremendously lucky to work on a team of amazing people, all of whom support and champion accessibility in games. So today, I'm going to talk about our approach to accessibility. I'll start with some of the challenges we face, then move into the design of the department and its foundations, what working with and supporting developers looks like, how we recruit for playtests, and how we provide accessibility documentation for players. Mostly, I'm here to talk about how we've prioritized accessibility in all of these areas through responsibility to our developers and our players, and by approaching players, devs, and ourselves with empathy and awareness through education. I'll start with some of the major challenges we face as both indie and publisher. First, a limited budget. We have strict budgets to consider when looking at developer timelines, testing, and features, as well as internally spreading funds across all other departments. Limited human power refers to both our small internal team and small developer teams. Some teams may be as small as 1 or 2 people, so time and effort has to be put where it will matter most. Being a publisher, we also tend to come in after the games have been in development for some time. We have to balance what works best within timelines, resource limits, and the structure of the game itself to determine which issues are present, what features and options will have a great impact, and which will be the best to implement given our limitations. Finally, all our devs and teams have varying knowledge and awareness of accessibility. Open and honest communication helps us work together to build a foundation of awareness no matter where someone might be in their accessibility experience. All this to say, we are suspended in a matrix of responsibility to our players, our developers, and ourselves. When our organization took the first step in creating a usability and accessibility department, it felt authentic that usability and accessibility were core principles of the processes within the department and not just the department's function. To start building this foundation, I checked out what others were doing in the accessibility space. Some of the main resources I used during this time, and that I still use, are established and thorough resources like this very conference, Xbox's accessibility standards, the game accessibility guidelines, Can I Play That, and the Family Gaming Database. These resources outline so much and were amazing starting points. In addition to these resources, I also learned a lot from the people, disabled content creators, disabled games journalists, online disabled community forums, and disability advocates. I listened to conversations that were happening online, whether or not they were games related. In addition to online communities, we regularly chat and work with local disabled communities and attend events for local nonprofit organizations. These events have sparked conversations with disabled players and their families about which games are more accessible for them and why. All of these resources provided a rich learning experience for the many facets of accessibility. They helped inform the decisions for this department, as well as give a foundational understanding of our potential part in the greater games ecosystem and where we should push it. They helped me create a template for reviews and reports, internal baseline accessibility standards, informed our online accessibility documentation, and the ways in which we support our devs and players. Developers can have varying knowledge about accessibility in games. Some of the devs we work with are already working on accessible design when we come into the process, and from there, it's just about bringing awareness to other issues in the game. Other developers may be new to development or accessibility. And honestly, no matter where devs' experience lies, it can be pretty scary putting yourself out there and handing a creative work to a group for feedback. Ultimately, our developers are in creative control of their game's design, and as a publisher, we don't want to change that. What we want is for the game to reach a wide audience and have as many people as possible experience the game. By supporting this mission from a point of empathy and collaboration, I hope to relieve the anxiety, frustration, or other negative feelings about feedback or processes. So how do we support devs in making their games more accessible through these processes? Well, we review games, conduct playtests, and provide reports. We have internal documentation for some baseline accessibility standards that devs can refer to at any time, which includes common problem areas and who they affect. I make myself available to answer any questions or find answers if I don't know them. I want to help foster a lifelong learning and toolkit for devs so they can incorporate accessibility into their current game and into the design for the next game, whether or not we're publishing it. So, what does an initial review and report look like? It's usually a playthrough done by myself, parallel to an initial QA test done by our awesome QA department. I collaborate a lot with QA while we're testing. The reviews I create can really be in any format. We try to match the dev's already established workflow, but the mission's the same. They're issue or barrier driven because the point is to remove the barriers. So I'll list the barrier, who might be most affected, the priority based on the effect, and I elaborate on why this might be an issue. I'll then recommend potential ways to remedy it. I'll include screenshots or videos of gameplay, and sometimes include external resources in case a developer might be interested to learn more. Here's a sample issue minus the priority. The issue here is that players are unable to review dialogue before choosing a response. This would be a greater priority in games where dialogue choices alter gameplay. I contextualize the issue to ground and tie it to specific situations or people who will be disproportionately affected. In this case, I write, players with attention deficit disorders, cognitive disabilities, some mental illnesses, or who play in loud or distracting environments may have trouble focusing on, listening to, or reading character dialogue. They may not process what was just said, making it difficult to make an informed choice that may alter the game experience. I'll add recommendations or ideas for removing the barrier. I put a few options here. Allow players to review conversations, allow players to review what was asked last by the NPC, allow players to replay dialogue, or ask the NPC to reiterate. I want to give the devs some ideas so they can either use one in case the other options are too difficult to implement, or so they can use them to inspire an entirely new solution. So when it comes to implementing recommendations, we meet the dev where they are. We could have come in very far into development or at the beginning. It could be a team of 1 to 20 people. Usually we work together to come up with a solution for present barriers if feasible. The solutions are oftentimes as unique as the games themselves because they're tailored to stay both within the game's vision and within the resources available. For example, The Forest Cathedral is a visual novel with 2D platforming elements created by Brian Wilson, who worked with a small team of programmers. The 2D platforming puzzles contain deadly spikes, wall jumps, and strategic dashes. Brian had already included a way to remove deadly spikes during the 2D puzzles. After review and playtesting, however, we noticed it was difficult to perform wall jumps, precise timing of jumps and dashes, and quick decision-making in some of these puzzles due to physical and cognitive limitations. In some cases, removing deadly spikes did not have an effect on these barriers. We talked over a range of ideas for removing individual barriers or a combination of them. After brainstorming potential options and the resources needed to remove them, though, we decided that slow fall or flow option would help alleviate some of the most oppressive aspects of these barriers. It would give players more time to think, reduce the number of button presses overall, and remove some precision needing for the timing of jumps and dashes, all while staying within the limits of our resources. And toggling just the float option kept the challenge of solving puzzles through deadly spikes intact if the player wanted to keep that challenge. Here, there are 2 videos depicting one of the 2D puzzle rooms. The player enters the room through a thin corridor on the right near a checkpoint. The room is large with deadly spikes along the bottom and a floating block in the middle. Spikes run along the top of the block, and there is a key near the side of the block opposite the entrance. There are trampolines near the room entrance surrounded by spikes with a corridor with a locked gate above the entrance. In the first video, the player doesn't have float turned on. The player dashes to the trampoline, which lifts them high enough to quickly dash at the jump's apex, over the top of the block's deadly spikes to the opposite wall. They slide down the wall, then wall jump to the side of the block to get the key. A second key appears in the corridor with the locked gate. The player has to use 4 well-timed wall jumps, quickly followed by a dash to get the key in the second corridor. The puzzle is solved. The wall jumps and dashes in this version are timed precisely, and there is not much room for error. Compared to the video on the right, where the player dashes to the trampoline and is able to slow fall a bit before dashing over the block to the opposite wall. They wall jump back toward the spikes, but are able to correct and change direction midair and fall to the level of the key. While jumping back up, they almost run into the spikes, but are able to see it coming and turn back around. Even with the mistake, the player uses just 3 wall jumps and a dash to get to the same place as the no-float video and solve the puzzle. Finally, I'd like to visit how this all affects playtesters and players. While we aren't able to do large playtests due to limited resources, I conduct small usability and accessibility playtests in-house with players of all backgrounds, experiences, and disabilities. With the help of the community and marketing team, we're able to have booths at community and nonprofit events with accessibility testing information pamphlets that describe who we are and what it means to do accessibility testing. People are always welcome to sign up for future playtests at these events. When recruiting for and conducting playtests, we want to be as transparent as possible. During the initial outreach, I include accessibility information regarding the playtests and what testers can expect to do before they agree to come in. That way, there's no undue pressure if they aren't comfortable with playtesting under any of the conditions. Information about physical tasks, cognitive tasks, speech and communication expectations, as well as the social and lab environment in which they'll be testing are all included in the outreach. We take a similar stance on transparency for our players and community. Unfortunately, we aren't able to implement everything. Players should see what has been implemented though, so they can decide whether or not they can play a game and make an informed purchase decision. So we created documentation of the accessibility information across our portfolio in a centralized location on our website. To organize the documentation, I looked at established standards in the game accessibility sphere, places like Taming Gaming's filter for accessibility information and Xbox's accessibility tags. 2 completely different disabilities may need a similar feature or option. Players may have more than one disability or struggle with a particular barrier. So I took initiative to set documentation up by accessibility feature type. I created a general template based on areas of the game that might contain a feature players are looking for or a barrier players may struggle with. Some examples are gameplay difficulty, inputs and button presses, visual and audio. By using a template, all documentation is consistent across all of our games. We also decided to contextualize the features within the template. We fully expect most players who visit our documentation not to have played the game because it's there to inform a purchase decision. It followed to contextualize some of the features for these players. For example, in Apico, a game in which you play a beekeeper and build your beekeeping base. You craft mechanisms like a saw and use it to craft other items. Players can either hand saw items by moving the saw back and forth, or turn on a way for it to work automatically. The option for this endgame reads, Mechanisms move automatically. Players who aren't familiar with the gameplay, however, may not know what the option does. For the documentation I wrote, Mechanisms Move Automatically toggle option removes the need for repetitive movements in mechanism menus such as sawing logs or uncapping frames. Hopefully, this bit of extra context helps players understand what the nature of the feature is. So that's it. A lot of ways in which we've steeped accessibility into all the processes of our department as well as throughout our teams. I hope this was insightful and kind of gave a good overview of what we're trying to do as a small indie publisher hoping to champion accessibility through responsibility, empathy, and education moving forward. Thanks for listening, and of course, we're always looking for feedback from our players and community, so if you have any questions or feedback, you can find me on Twitter or send us an email at hello@whitethorngames.com. Thanks. The option for this in-game reads, Mechanisms Move Automatically. Players who aren't familiar with... You want to give a speech too? You want to give a speech too? Yeah? Yeah? I'm sorry, Mr. Cat. I'm sorry.
When I first got that video, I didn't know that that was in there, like the rest of you. Sometimes I have to edit stuff out because people just like record their things at the end. And so when the video initially came in and it kept playing, I thought it was something I was going to like, oh, I'll trim this. And then the cat, and then I was just laughing alone in my office. So I'm glad that finally now I was able to share it with the rest of you. But I think this talk brought us a ton of joy because a bunch of people just learned that there's a game about beekeeping, and the response from the Discord is, what did I not know about this sooner? and I think we also showed a lot of love for QA in the chat today. Actually, Selena! Hey, well, look, that's one of mine. That's one of mine. She's great. She's on staff. Yes, that's right. We give applause to our QA because, God damn, you guys are doing the Lord's work. But I loved that as Britt was working and their team was giving education and information to the developers, they were providing the context and why this was an issue. I say all the time, game devs are problem solvers, and we just have to make sure they understand the problem. And so by giving them this context, they're able to solve it. And I loved what Britt said in the Discord, that this talk was really a way to jumpstart some ideas for people who may be intimidated about entering the accessibility space. And I think that this really did make it approachable and not scary, which is great. And also shout out to the real-time audio descriptions that were happening in there. So many times you may have seen in previous editions of the conference where I literally have to pick up a mic and start describing what's happening, because it's like, okay, and now we'll roll this video, and then the video is just music, and I'm like, there's a man walking up a wall. No, oh my God, like Britt just doing it in real time, phenomenal. Makes my life so much easier and more accessible. But if you are interested in any of the resources that Britt talked about, they are all in the Discord and they are pinned, so you can check them out. And of course, Britt is one of our people who is here in person today. So, give her a chat at the reception if you have any more questions. With that, we'll take a short break, and then we'll be back with our next micro talk from Dr. Jones. Hello. The in-person crew is I feel like we need some like oons, 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 oons. Something fun I learned during the break. Apparently, Max the interpreter has a TikTok. Yeah. Yeah, you have a fan in the audience. You've been outed, Max. I'm sorry. So anyway, we'll get a link to it. We'll put it in the Discord. So our next talk has been plugged earlier today, so you may have heard about the Xbox's gaming accessibility fundamentals training course. And we've gotten a lot of questions about how'd you put it together, what was going on behind the scenes, how'd you make it happen, as well as more about what is the fundamentals course actually about. And although I know Caitlin, who is hiding out at the front desk. Caitlin is here on staff today, so please go harass her when you get the chance. I know Caitlin would be like, oh, it was like a group effort and we all worked together. Like, let's be real, Caitlin did like 90% of the work and she's just really humble. So I'm really excited to share this talk by the one and only Dr. Caitlin Jones about the Gaming Accessibility Fundamentals Training course.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Jones, a program manager on the gaming accessibility team at Xbox, and today I'm going to be talking about the Gaming Accessibility Fundamentals course on Microsoft Learn. So I'll give a bit of an overview of what's in the course for those who are unfamiliar, as well as talk about the development process, what kind of went into its creation, and some of the learnings and insights that we gathered along the way in case anyone else out there would love to contribute similar trainings on gaming accessibility in the future. So what is the Gaming Accessibility Fundamentals course? It was launched in December of 2021, so we're about 1 year post-launch at this point, coming up on that date. And it's about 4 hours worth of free content on the Microsoft Learn platform that covers the basics of what game accessibility is, what it's about, and some of those core principles that we as an industry ground a lot of our practice and guidance in when it comes to creating more accessible gaming experiences. So this course is really for people who are new or very beginner level to gaming accessibility. They're just getting their feet wet and they're looking for a really base level overview of, again, what it's all about. We also wanted to give folks an opportunity to share the new knowledge that they've obtained. So after passing all of the knowledge checks in the course, you get a badge with the lovely Joyrider logo on it that you can share out to your social medias and really kind of have a way to show that you put in the time and effort to learn more about game accessibility and have a tangible way of proving out that knowledge. So the way that the course is broken down, which is very intentional, is there's one main learning path, and throughout that learning path, there are a total of 5 modules, and I'll discuss these in a bit more detail a little bit later. There's no requirement for anyone to go through all 5 modules. They could just choose 1 or 2. They don't have to be taken in any specific order. And I think as long as you're signed in to a free account when you start any of the modules, your progress should actually be saved when you come back to it if you can't finish, an entire module in one sitting. And now I'll do a very brief overview of each of the 5 modules and what's in them, starting with Module 1, which is called our Introduction to Gaming and Disability. And I love this module and how it was structured because from the very start, we wanted to set the stage for what gaming accessibility is by encouraging developers or people taking the course to think of game accessibility not as something synonymous with a group of settings or features, but rather to think about accessibility as more of a way to approach designing games and gaming products. And we did that first by introducing the concept of thinking about how games are actually played. So again, very base level, but breaking down the activity of gaming into the required actions or demands that are placed upon players by the game and what those players need to do in order to be successful. So first starting with how games provide us with visual and audio output to help us inform our decisions. So whether you just started the game and there's text on the screen that you need to read to navigate to the menu, or choose what settings you want for your game before you start, whether that's during gameplay, there's a visual waypoint marker on screen that is supposed to guide you to where to go so you're not wandering around. Or maybe from an audio perspective, you're given a really nice, helpful audio cue that some dangerous enemies are nearby and approaching even if they're not on the screen yet. These are the outputs that are given to us that we then consume. And then from there, cognitively, players have to interpret this information and make an informed decision on what to do with it. So do I go toward the direction of the sound of enemies? Do I have enough health to engage in battle right now? Can I see my health indicator? Is it high enough contrast? Is it read aloud to me to even gain all of the information that I need? And then once, those decisions are made, breaking down the different physical actions that are needed from an input perspective to carry out what you intended to do. And by explaining the processes in this way, it hopefully sets the stage for how we talk about mismatches or barriers that can come as a result of early design decisions in games. So for example, when a developer chooses to design that waypoint marker as a really, really small and a dark color against a pretty dimly lit game environment, and they don't provide an option to let players change the color or size, the game is basically setting the demand that players with X level of visual acuity that can see that small low contrast object on the screen, that is the level or demand of visual acuity needed to leverage the information that this waypoint marker is giving players. And if a player does not have that level of visual acuity, they are basically being excluded from using that information to inform their gameplay. Similarly, if the demand of the game is that a player needs to repeatedly mash a pattern of buttons in the right order as the only move that defeats the boss that's blocking progress to the next level, and a player cannot meet those physical demands of those quick presses, they can be blocked from progressing through the game based on those barriers that are, set forth throughout the design of the game. And of course, these are just a few of many, many examples, but we were really excited to be able to introduce a thought process and approach in this way from the very beginning as we set the stage for our fundamentals course. And then in Module 2, we discussed the importance of Nothing About Us Without Us and how it's so imperative that actual players from the gaming and disability community are integrated as part of the development process, calling out some ideas for getting in touch with these community members and connecting with them, especially for smaller studios or those without a lot of user research budget and things like that, as well as just some general best practices and things to be aware of, like the fact that your campus and the rooms that you are bringing people to do playtests need to be accessible, that coming onto a huge tech campus can be really scary and overwhelming, and how can you make that process easier for some of these participants? So it's all about working and collaborating with the community. And then as we get into Module 3, that's when we cover both software and hardware-based assistive technologies that players might be using, and why it's important to make sure that your game is compatible in supporting these technologies. But also, especially from the hardware perspective, calling out that not everyone is using the same types of input devices, and that can also affect someone's gameplay. So one example we talk about after introducing the Xbox adaptive controller and switch buttons and things like that is we discuss how certain types of inputs and challenging mechanics in games can be problematic. So a lot of times if an input demand in a game is optimized for, the amount of time it takes someone's thumb to travel an inch or less across their controller to mash nearby buttons, we also have to keep in mind that not all players are actually using their thumbs or their hands for that matter. And, the amount of time it takes to use your head or your foot to activate a switch button may be quite a few seconds longer, and really bring awareness to the variety of ways people play games that are outside of the box of the whole, two-hand standard controller mindset. And then as we get into Module 4, it's basically the Xbox accessibility guidelines, but sort of boiled down into high-level concepts like general building customizable experiences, representing information through multiple sensory channels, make sure you're supporting multiple methods of completing tasks. And then, of course, it links out to the guidelines themselves for more specifics if anyone wants to check those out once they're done with the course. And then finally, we have Module 5, which is where we actually talk about hardware accessibility. So it's one of my favorites for sure. It was really fun working on, and shout out to our hardware and packaging teams that we partnered really heavily on in creating this module with. And again, very high level, but we call out some basic concepts like using standard hardware connections, button sizes, button heights, activation force, and then also some packaging best practices. So make sure you're including those leverage points and pull tabs and negative space cavities and things like that, which are, commonly overlooked when it comes to, the whole product development process, but then you have the end, the packaging design. And it's really unfortunate because who doesn't want to unbox their own cool new gaming device? It just came in the mail or just came from the store. And that's such a big part of the experience. And when we design packaging in a way that is impossible to open, it really does set the intention of the accessibility of the product before the user might even be laying their eyes on it. So calling out that packaging and the hardware itself is also part of the broader net that is gaming accessibility. So that was a quick overview of what the course covers. And of course, feel free to send us any feedback if you have taken it. It was very much a major learning process putting this together, so we're incredibly open to how we can make it better going forward. But now I'll touch on some of the learnings and insights that were gathered along the way. So as I mentioned earlier, this is hosted on the Microsoft Learn platform, and we chose this platform one because it's free and external. As a Microsoft company, we have access to post to it, but also, we wanted to make sure that, as many people as possible could leverage and take this course if they wanted to without encountering financial barriers, but also too, the platform itself is accessible, which of course was equally as important to us. And with this kind of platform and how the trainings are laid out, there were some pretty distinct roles and lifting to be done, including, the actual content writing itself, ensuring that the language used met the quality bar of being clear and concise within a certain reading level. It was actually a fairly rigorous process and bar to have our writing pass these checks in order to go and get submitted through, mostly because I am the queen of long-winded run-on sentences. So as a content writer, that made it a little bit difficult, but that's okay. I made it through it. And then, also in wanting to accommodate a wide range of learner types, one, to keep the content broken up and interesting as opposed to just walls of text, but again, also to accommodate different learning types. We also have a lot of short snippets of video content and pictures that take the concepts discussed in the text and show that information through hopefully more engaging video-based examples. So having somebody on your team that has a knowledge or experience of creating media and graphics, doing some pretty heavy video editing and things like that, things that all kind of seem to be minor when you're in a tech space, but when you don't have that form of support officially, it does tend to pile up a lot for a single person to take on. And then, of course, depending on the scenario, actually getting all of your beautiful text and videos and media onto the host platform. In this case, ours was just using GitHub and some Markdown, but definitely another, I feel like, lesser thought about aspect of creating these sorts of courses is the technical side of things as well. That does end up taking a lot of time and resources in some cases. And then some more learnings or barriers, I'd say, was when choosing the appropriate level or difficulty of the content. We knew that we wanted this course to be entry level or beginner, but ensuring that we maintain consistency in writing that fine line of beginner concepts when there's just so much talk about when it comes to accessibility was really a challenge that we had to keep ourselves accountable for, not getting into any specific code snippets or mentioning specific developer engines or platforms or middleware and things like that. And then I think as well, in choosing to create many of these concept videos to accommodate different learner needs, we had to make sure that they were accessible, but also had to create most of the content from scratch, because when introducing something as complex as accessibility to someone new to the topic, it wasn't as simple as taking screen grabs from an existing game and commenting on them, showing this was not accessible, but now it is sort of thing, especially when we're trying to discuss examples where something is not accessible. So creating fictional games and game UIs to get these concepts across was both very time consuming, but also something that, may have not necessarily been the ideal choice, but was really just a limitation of the nature of the content that we were putting together. But needless to say, in just the few months shy of a year that the course has been out, we're super excited to report that, at least among those who were signed into a Microsoft account when taking the course, that there has been thousands of individual module badges and full Learn Path completion trophies awarded. And we're hopefully just getting started. So we really appreciate everyone at GaConf for inviting us to talk more about the course, maybe spark some ideas for folks. And as always, please reach out, share your feedback. We're always doing our best to listen to how we can be better. Thanks.
It really did take a lot of work to get all of the content in the training course together. And almost every video you see in there that has like a cartoon style, Caitlin actually had to make herself in like a tutorial thing to like make sure that it was truly sharing the information we wanted to get across. Again, Caitlin is here. She is on staff, so she's just hiding out at registration. So be sure to track her down later and chat with her. Now we're going to take another short 5-minute break before we come back for our next micro talk. And in the meantime, if you want to go find ASL Interpreter Max on TikTok, I do have the information. It is oh God, come back. Dog Daddies, DOGDADDIES, Dog Daddies on TikTok. You've already got a couple followers, Max. So we're gonna build it. We're gonna go viral. All right. Enjoy your break, everyone. Go follow Max on TikTok. To you, captions. Pass. All right. So this next talk is, although it's going to be great, Ian's going to do great as he always does. It is a last minute substitution. As Ian will explain at the beginning of our talk, unfortunately, one of our scheduled speakers was not able to attend. So it makes us sad, but Ian is going to kill it in his talk, A Brief History of Blind Accessibility. Let's check it out.
Hello. This slot was meant to be Alex Applin giving a really wonderful talk about gaming with chronic pain. Unfortunately, he's been ill. It's nothing too serious and he is on his way to full recovery, but it does mean he hasn't been able to record his talk. He does have a great article that covers some of the same material, which you can find at tinyurl.com/AlexApplin. That's with 2 X's. It's ALEXXAPLIN, and you can throw him a follow on Twitter as well. Same again, Alex Applin with 2 X's, ALEXXAPLIN. So the upshot of that is that I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me instead. I am going to present some material that was put together for an event recently run by the RNIB, which is the UK's main organisation for blindness and low vision. While blind accessibility for games is only just beginning to hit the mainstream industry in earnest, it isn't a new phenomenon. So I'm going to take you on a little trip through history. It's going to be a real whistle-stop tour, but hopefully it will still give you a sense of some of the steps that led to where we are today. I'll start that journey all the way back in 1971 with Opticon. Opticon consisted of a camera and a forerunner to the refreshable braille display. You could run the camera over some text, printed or digital, and have the light and the dark areas rendered out on a set of vibrating pins. This allowed blind people to play some of the basic games of the day, like the original text-based version of Lunar Lander from 1969. A couple of years later, in 1974, came Touch Me by Atari, which was widely credited as being the first digital audio game. It was basic audio pattern recognition, which was soon imitated by other companies, including the much more well-known game called Simon. On towards the end of the 70s, and consumer text-to-speech was evolving. In particular, the Votrax type and talk speech synthesis hardware for platforms like the Commodore VIC-20. Scott Adams, who was the pioneer of the text-adventure genre, actually added bespoke support for Votrax to a number of his games. The mid to late 80s saw the arrival of screen readers, software that could run alongside and interpret interfaces without that bespoke support. Software like Softvert, Flipper, Vocalize, Outspoken, and of course JAWS, which arrived in 1989 and is still going strong today. This was a bit of a golden age, not just for blind gamers, but low vision as well, as the technical limitations of the day meant that text games were still really common. And when games did have visuals, those visuals were large and they were high contrast. But as with other areas of accessibility, the march towards fidelity and complexity over the following years resulted in a narrowing of the breadth of humanity who were able to access it. On into the 90s, and 1996 saw the launch of Odyssey. This was an e-magazine for blind gamers that became a beloved community. Odyssey ran for 11 years and is fully archived on audiogames.net. A year later, in 1997 came a momentous occasion, the launch of Real Sound Kaze No Regret on the Saturn and later the Dreamcast. This audio game was the first console game designed with blind gamers in mind, even including instructions in Braille. And as part of his platform exclusivity deal, the developer of this game, a guy called Kenji Ino, insisted that Sega donate 1,000 consoles with copies of the game to blind gamers. AudioGames.net that I mentioned previously launched in 2003 and soon became the de facto hub for not just audio games but all things related to blind accessibility of games. To this day, it is the largest community of not just blind gamers but also developers of audio games, many of whom are blind themselves. The late 90s and early 2000s saw a whole range of small companies start up focused solely on audio games like GMA, like PCS. But much of blind accessibility was, and still is, about homebrew efforts, from hobbyist coders through to the day-to-day strategies and workarounds that blind gamers use to gain access to mainstream games. The Audio Games forums serve as a focal point for this, a place for people to come together and share knowledge and experiences. The audio games sector has been going since the days of the Apple II and is still vibrant today, with decades of learnings from those audio games that are actually applicable to mainstream games too. Both the audio games themselves and the AudioGames.net forums in general are really invaluable resources for anyone wanting to consider accessibility for blind gamers. Also in 2003 came Terraformers, developed by Thomas Weston, who was actually also the founder of the RGDA Game Accessibility SIG. Terraformers was a 3D first-person game designed from the ground up to be fully accessible to blind gamers, featuring a wide range of accessibility considerations that are only just starting to appear in the AAA industry now, nearly 20 years later, in games like The Last of Us 2. 2009 saw the launch of the first iPhone screen reader. Smartphone uptake amongst the blind community was drastically faster than the rest of the population, because what accessible smartphones meant for independent access was truly revolutionary. And the touch-based interaction meant it was now actually possible for screen reader users to understand the visual layout of the screen as well. Games followed suit, with Apple Viz currently listing over 400 blind accessible iOS games. Also in 2009, Stevie Wonder was asked to present the Best Music Game category at the Spike VGAs, which are the forerunners of today's Game Awards. He used this platform to send a simple message to the industry. I want to see the companies that make these video games make them accessible, so that people like myself can enjoy them too. Sangre launched soon after, in 2010. This was an iPhone game that upped the bar for audio games in terms of both technology and production values. Binaural audio was used for accurate positioning of the sounds in 3D space, even just through headphones. And there's also top-notch voice acting and sound design. The follow-up game, Nightjar, took that a step further, hiring Benedict Cumberbatch for narration duties. But as beloved as audio games are, there are many gamers who are not content with being relegated to the audio game silo. People who, quite rightly, want access to the same culture and the same recreation as the rest of society. 2012's Die Ontdekker was a big step towards this. This was an officially licensed Nintendo Wii game designed for blind, low vision and sighted kids to play together. Around this time, in 2013, usage data started to surface. An iOS MUD client called MudRammer made its interface blind accessible and tracked data on its use. 10% of its player base at launch, rising to 16% soon after, were using screen readers. The app cost $5 and the work took a single day, meaning instant profit for the developer. And the developers of another iOS game called Solara saw a different kind of data. They found that their blind players played for much longer and spent much more money on microtransactions than any of the other players. Those were their whales. Both of these games were seeing impact of the same thing, catering for an underserved audience for whom supply simply did not match demand. A huge landmark arrived in the same year. Fighting games were already popular with blind gamers. We'd already seen by this point Ed Boon, creator of Mortal Kombat, beaten at his own game by a game without any sight called Bryce Mellon. The mechanics and the sound design of fighting games, just having to locate two objects along a 2D plane and tell what they're doing, are by default usually enough to allow blind gamers to play at tournament level. At one of these tournaments, the Mortal Kombat team met blind gamer Carlos Vasquez and asked what they could do to help. He told them about an issue with their current game, Injustice. How blind players couldn't tell when they were stood in front of interactive background elements like the one in the screen. The developers then patched in an option to add audio cues for those objects. So when Superman is stood in front of the back computer and you have to smash him into it, it plays an audio tone to let you know. This was the first time that a AAA game had taken blind gamers into account. In the following year, 2014, another mainstream fighting game called Skullgirls took this a step further, with fully screen reader accessible menus. Just a couple of days' work and he'd upgraded his game from just accessible gameplay through to a fully accessible end-to-end experience. But this generally wasn't an option for developers. Most developers are wholly reliant on engines to handle their UI rendering, and engines, including Unity and Unreal, which between them obviously account for the vast majority of game development, did not support screen readers or any form of text-to-speech. In 2017, this began to change with the launch of the Unity Accessibility plugin by Michelle Martin. This was an epic undertaking to sidestep the issue by creating an equivalent to iOS's screen reader within Unity, building that entire screen reader experience with all the custom gestures and everything. It was an incredible feat, but not ideal or sustainable, and one that shouldn't have had to happen. Engines need to be handling this themselves rather than third parties having to resort to workarounds. And that is now, finally, beginning to happen. And here we have Stevie Wonder again in the background here of a piece of legislation being signed into effect by Obama back in 2010. This was a piece of legislation called CVAA, the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act. The games industry was initially given a waiver from this legislation, which expired in 2019. CVAA requires chat functionality, so like text chat, voice chat, and any interface that you need to navigate to and use it to, amongst lots of other things, be fully accessible to people who have no sight. It's exactly the same legislation that spurred accessibility of the consoles themselves a few years prior. This legislative requirement created a monumental shift in both awareness and implementation, with studios across the AAA space in particular investing heavily in technology solutions that would soon go way beyond compliance, not just that part of communication, but actually accessible interfaces in general, rapidly spreading over the following years. And then the next year, 2020, there was a breakthrough in the other side of blind game accessibility, the gameplay itself. The Last of Us 2 launched, the first AAA game to be designed from the ground up to be accessible following years of R&D with blind gamers. This benefited the game's audience. It benefited PlayStation in general, with blind gamers literally buying PlayStation 4 consoles just to play this one game. And it benefited the whole industry, acting as an incredibly high-profile showcase of how complex 3D games can be made blind accessible. Due to the timescales involved in AAA development, it is taking a bit of time for the impact of that to be felt, but there are many other AAA studios who have been inspired and are now making their own progress in the same direction. And PlayStation in particular have now publicly stated their ambition for all of their first-party games to meet a high standard of accessibility by 2025. So if you are a AAA dev and you aren't thinking about this kind of stuff now, you're going to be falling behind. Not just others in the industry, but falling behind player expectations too. That takes us up to now. What does a post-Last of Us 2 world look like? Well, it looks like The Last of Us 1 remake for a start, which you're going to be hearing about shortly. It also looks like a still robust audio game sector. It looks like mainstream cited games that are blind accessible, like As Dusk Falls, like Lost and Hound, with lots more on the horizon from indie to the AAA. Mainstream games are being modded for accessibility, from Crusader Kings to Stardew Valley to Hearthstone, providing ever more examples for mainstream developers to learn from. Audio description, which is an additional narration track to describe visual action, is spreading like wildfire through trailers for games and starting to appear in mainstream games themselves too. So, after 50 years and tireless advocacy by vast swathes of people, we're finally starting to see that pace of change accelerate. The appetite is there from blind gamers, and devs are beginning to understand the market and what is actually involved in making games accessible to blind players. So, what is missing? Which pieces of the puzzle do we need to put in place? That is a question that is incumbent on all of us to answer. And in doing so, bring games closer to their full potential. And last, just a couple of links that provided some of the content and the images for this talk. oneswitch.org.uk/page/museum and tinyurl.com/GA-HIST. So I hope that was interesting. Again, apologies it's not Alex Applin, but again, check him out on Twitter, ALEXXAPLIN. Thanks.
Thank you, Ian, for that talk, and I hope you are enjoying the rum. No, this isn't me just guessing Ian is drinking rum because that's what he always does. He's already put in the chat in Discord that he was drinking rum. He actually missed part of his own presentation because he was so focused on having the rum. And you know what? You've earned it. Ian was also in the process of moving. He moved literally last week while we were finishing up conference prep. So he had a lot. But he killed it. I think the big things to take away from this talk is, there's this idea that either blind accessibility is new, which clearly it isn't. We just had 50 years of history, or that they have audio games. Why would people who cannot see need a video game? And, that's not true. And there are so many amazing experiences that can be offered to players with no or low vision. And, it's one of those things of we definitely need to do better in the industry in terms of this. With the RNIB symposium that just happened, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the tools that developers use, how we get feedback. And I'm really hoping that as we go forward, we'll see more and more investments in this space. And, we're going to get to hear about more of this sort of work. As Ian mentioned, our next talk is actually going to be about The Last of Us Part 1 remake, which has added a lot of accessibility that wasn't there in the first one. But we will catch that after our next short 5-minute break. See you then. I love the quote that was on screen during the break. Accessibility is about letting people enjoy things. That is from the fantastic Elizabeth White, who is a senior user researcher that I get to work with on the Bethesda ZeniMax side of things. So now it's time for our final micro talk of the day. If you missed it somehow, The Last of Us Part 1 was able to be remade from the ground up, not just, patching in some stuff. Like, they got to do a ton of work. And how many of us have wished we could have gone back and rebuilt a game that we worked on because we've just learned so much? Well, they were a team that were able to do that and take all of their learnings from The Last of Us Part 2 and its advances in accessibility and put it back into the remake for Part 1. That's what this talk is about, and I'm really excited to share it with you today. Let's check it out.
Hey everyone at GaConf, my name is Matthew Gallant. I'm the game director on The Last of Us Part 1. I also co-headed accessibility development on The Last of Us Part 2 with Amelia Schatz. I'm here today to give a short talk on some of the new accessibility features we added in the remake of Part 1. So we started out with the goal of making Part 1 have accessibility feature parity with Part 2. But of course, through development there were both new challenges and new opportunities that allowed us to extend our feature set even further. Some of these changes were small. For instance, there were some new control inputs that needed new remap options. We added the ability to turn off the tinnitus sound effect from an explosion based on feedback we heard from players. We also had some unique gameplay sequences that required careful bespoke consideration to ensure that they were barrier-free. And finally, in response to feedback from Part 2, we strove to make finding collectibles for the Platinum Trophy easier when using navigation assistance. In addition to these various smaller changes, we also added two big new features that I'm extremely excited about. And the first one is audio descriptions for cinematics. So when we design for vision accessibility, we need to think about what channels information is delivered through. If something is only available visually, then we need to come up with another way to deliver that same information through another channel. On Part 2, we offered accessibility options that relayed things like button prompts, navigation through the world, and item and enemy positions. And this information was either provided through audio or as control assistance. But what we didn't solve for was the subtler narrative elements. It's quite difficult to understand the full context of our cinematics from audio alone. And what we were missing actually already exists in television and film. It's called descriptive audio. Descriptive audio provides information such as what is the setting of the scene? What is the spatial relationship between the characters? Who's talking to who is looking at who? Even if it's just for a quick glance, that can be very significant. There's body language, facial expressions, gestures, and sometimes characters are also given a brief physical description when they're first introduced. So we did have text-to-speech on The Last of Us Part 2. Could we have used text-to-speech to deliver this information? We considered it truthfully, but quickly we found insurmountable challenges with this idea. For instance, our TTS doesn't provide fine-grained control over tempo and cadence, which is needed to artfully slip in descriptions between the lines of dialogue. This is doubly important for localization, where all the timing of the lines would be different. We also had some concerns that the synthesized voice risked feeling dissonant with the actors' performances. And more fundamentally, as we were thinking about this problem, it revealed that as a studio, we have no experience with descriptive audio. If we wanted to deliver this descriptive audio at a high quality bar, we would have to work with professionals. And this led to our partnership with Descriptive Video Works. So let's break down what this collaboration looked like. The writers at Descriptive Video Works wrote the first draft, providing their expertise at capturing the essential elements of a scene and inserting those descriptions between gaps in the dialogue. Naughty Dog then provided feedback and editing, and this includes things like style consistency with the rest of the game. And perhaps most importantly, our team was able to flag certain nuances of the storytelling and correct for that. The emphasis of the writing was trying to capture one-to-one the emotional nuance of the scene that a sighted player can see. However, this meant making sure that we only described visible elements in the scene, that we weren't ever trying to describe underlying emotions under the characters. Having our internal writing team involved in this process was really critical to delivering high-quality audio descriptions. On the recording side, our dialogue lead Maged made sure to cast readers who fit the overall tone of the world, but who also contrasted from the other character voice actors. The reader's voice is also separated in the audio mix because their dialogue isn't spatially panned, nor do they have spatialized reverb. We also know that accessibility features are cheaper when they're considered early in development, and this is true for audio descriptions as well. Maged noted that it was critical for Part 1's production to develop expectations for mastering and mix pipelines upfront in development. Audio descriptions were also challenging on the localization side. The gaps in the dialogue and the lengths of the descriptions were different in each language, and this required careful scrutiny of what information was essential for a scene in each language. Our localization manager, Kurt, also noted that integrating legal review into the AD pipeline was critical to shipping this feature. The joys of AAA development. And here is a video showing what our descriptive audio looked and sounded like in the shipped game.
Joel and Bill close a safe house door just before an infected rushes in. Bill locks the door. Ellie steps back.
Man,
wearing a gas mask.
that was close.
The burly and brunette Bill approaches her.
Thanks for the heroics and all.
Bill removes the mask. She holds her hand out.
Ellie.
He handcuffs her to piping.
Hey, what are you... Joel?
Bill!
What are you doing?
Bill draws a gun.
Turn around and get on your knees.
Bill kicks Joel to his knees.
Turn around and get on your knees. Don't test
He
me.
shoves the gun against Joel while checking her.
Any bites? No. Anything sprouting? Oh, God damn it, I'm clean.
She breaks a pipe free.
I see so much as a trick.
She smacks Bill.
Stop! Son of a bitch!
Joel grabs the pipe, then points it at Bill.
You done? Am I done?
I also want to call out that the partnerships and production pipeline that we developed for the in-game audio descriptions also helped us create our first ever audio described trailer, which is very cool. I'm extremely proud of the work our team did to create cinematic descriptions for The Last of Us Part 1. And as you can see, it was no small task. It is worth noting, however, that we had a significant number of advantages on this project. Because this is a rebank, we had locked cinematic timing extremely early in production, a luxury that a new game would not have. We also focused on cinematics, which always play with the exact same timing. This raises some interesting questions. How could you provide audio descriptions for a more dynamic sequence? Better yet, how could you bring these descriptions into the core gameplay? I don't have good answers for this, but I think there's extremely exciting possibilities on this frontier. The other major feature we added on Part 1 was leveraging the DualSense's haptic vibrations for accessibility. There's a principle in the Accessible Player Experiences framework called second channel. It's the general idea that information that's only delivered through one channel risks being inaccessible to some players. Information should therefore always be available on a redundant second channel. By channels, we're typically talking about audio and visuals, but controller vibration can also be a channel of information. We actually leveraged this on The Last of Us Part 2, providing an option that made the controller rumble when aiming and shooting at enemies. So to set up this next section, I'd like to briefly explain what controller rumble is. Rumble was how we provided vibrations on the older generations of systems up to the PlayStation 4. The DualShock essentially has two motors with different weights attached to them inside it. The motor with the smaller weight creates higher frequency vibrations when it spins, and the motor with the larger weight creates lower frequency vibrations. So, what controls do you have on a motor? Well, you can tell it what speed to turn at, how fast it's going to spin at, and this determines the amplitude of the vibration it creates. You can also tell it how long to turn for. That's just the duration. It's also worth noting that a motor as a physical object takes time to spin up, so it's difficult to provide precise, fine-grained feedback. Internally, our engine also provides convenience functions for things like ramping up the motor's speed up and down over time and what shape that speed curve is going to follow. So what makes haptic vibrations different on the PlayStation 5? Well, inside the DualSense controller, there are devices called linear resonant actuators. You can think of them as basically little speakers. And because they're speakers, you can control exactly what frequency or pitch that they're vibrating at, in addition to the amplitude. They also have a left and a right channel, so you can pan between them. And unlike motors, they have minimal output delay, and this allows for greater precision. Using these controls, our game engine also provides modeling for spatialized panning and fall-off over distance. We can also overlay multiple signals at different frequencies and have them all in the mix together on the controller. Effectively, these haptic vibrations take this existing second channel and give it a higher bandwidth. We can convey more information through this channel. So what can we do with this bandwidth? Well, some of our features, like navigation assistance, give you haptic feedback when they're engaged. When developing this feedback, senior designer Grant Jackson wanted to make sure that the accessibility feedback could be distinguished from the feedback from core gameplay. Well, most gameplay feedback falls into the 60 to 100 Hz range, so Grant moved the accessibility features into their own higher frequency range, usually around the 100 to 140 Hz range, and this made them easier to distinguish. While designing our haptic feedback, Grant was also cognizant of avoiding the fatigue of constant vibrations. And beyond this, we wanted to give players specific knobs for tuning the haptic vibrations. A player might want haptic feedback for gunshots, but find the feedback from rainfall fatiguing. Or they might want some haptic feedback, but at a lower intensity. Our goal was to allow players to enhance their immersion without creating cognitive or motor accessibility barriers. Our most interesting use case for haptics came from audio programmer Michael Miller. He made a proposal. What if we tried playing spoken dialogue through the DualSense haptics? Recall that linear resonant actuators inside the controller are kind of like little speakers. This proposal was based on a scientific paper that Michael had researched, where scientists were testing to see if speech was more comprehensible for cochlear implant users when it was paired with tactile vibrations on a portable device. In their study, these scientists created vibrations from the sound envelope of an audio waveform. This effectively means taking the overall shape of the sound, but without the peaks and valleys of the frequency. However, in his testing, Michael found that the sound envelope provided the volume and cadence of the speaker, but it lost some of the specific voice inflections, and this made it difficult to differentiate different characters who were speaking. He also tested passing untreated audio into the hardware, but this also didn't feel quite right. Simply put, the game audio wasn't designed to be played on these kind of tiny pseudo-speakers. To get the best results, he had to treat the audio first. He isolated the spoken lines, removing things like effort grunts. He then volume leveled and applied a low-pass filter, and then processed the directional and distance fall-off. All that before feeding the signal to the actuators. So if you watch the bars on the right of your screen, the final results feel something like this.
Man.
What?
Nothing, it's just... I've never seen anything like this, that's all.
You mean the woods?
Yeah. Never walked in the woods. It's kind of cool.
And that wraps up this talk. Thank you so much to Ryan, Magid, Kurt, Grant, and Michael who helped me prepare this talk. And truly, thank you to everyone at Naughty Dog and PlayStation Studios. I mentioned this in our last GaConf talk, but just about every developer on our team touched something related to accessibility. It's a real team effort. Thank you as well to our amazing accessibility consultants, our senior producer, Sam Thompson, and the UX research team. I also have a request for everyone at GaConf. We're currently working on porting The Last of Us Part 1 to the PC, and we really want to get accessibility right on this new platform. So if there's an accessibility consideration or feature or integration that we should be thinking about right now, we'd really appreciate your feedback. Please drop us a line at the link on this slide. Thank you so much.
The link on the screen was feedback.naughtydog.com for those who were unable to see it on the screen. One of the things I loved about that presentation was literally the sheer number of people he mentioned who had ideas and contributed. And it shows that it's part of the culture and not just a single person at Naughty Dog working to make their titles accessible. I think Naughty Dog and the work they've done in accessibility will always have a special place in the heart of us here at the Game Accessibility Conference, because we got to be there for some early stuff. So at the very first Game Accessibility Conference, we actually had Naughty Dog doing a presentation on Uncharted 4 and the accessibility work that they had done then, which of course, per Naughty Dog at the time, was pioneering and the latest, greatest accessibility. And after they'd given that presentation, we had another speaker, Brandon Cole, who basically had said, I would love to be able to play Uncharted someday, but I can't yet. And at the reception, much like the reception we'll have today, the developers from Naughty Dog and Brandon started talking. And that kind of kicked off this larger journey with even more consultants and even more input from gamers with disabilities that resulted in a lot of the work we got to see come to fruition in The Last of Us Part 2. And they actually have detailed this entire process. You can learn all about it at a previous edition of the conference on our YouTube, as they mentioned. So for us, you know, it makes us feel special, like makes me and Ian feel like, oh my God, look, we had a tiny difference in the world. So yeah, we always feel special there. So we are coming on our actual afternoon break. So this is going to be a half-hour break. So please rest up. We are in the final stretch. If you are here in person, we have a delicious popcorn platter for you in the back today. So please enjoy that, have a snack. And if you're at home, please continue to share your snacks, your pet pictures, everything else. You know, we love looking at your pets. They make me so happy. They're adorable. So, all right, I will see you after the break. Thanks, everyone. Hello. I hope everyone enjoyed that popcorn. Although I think we can all agree, although it was delicious, incredibly hard to scoop out of that container. Like that bowl was not the right bowl for that popcorn to be in. Beautiful presentation. Functionality definitely left something to be desired. The chocolate was delicious though. So here we are. We're rolling into the final segment of the Game Accessibility Conference of this year. We only have 2 talks left. Like I can't believe it. It's been it felt like it took forever for the conference to get here, partially because of the never-ending to-do list. And now it's so close to being over. But we have 2 amazing talks still lined up for you today. So for those of you who have been lucky enough to ever get to meet David Tisserand in person, he is a treasure, a treat, a magnificent human. He will make you feel warm and welcome, and definitely is someone that I have enjoyed being able to talk to about accessibility and share tips, tricks, and everything. And David will just tell you the reason he's doing a talk here today is because Ian made him. But the true reason is that, David was one of the first people in the industry to have a dedicated accessibility team within gaming at Ubisoft. And not only that, so many of the teams that exist, even the team I lead now, was originally started in response to legal requirements. But that's not the realm that David comes from, right? Like he got to take his experience in user research, like we've heard so much about today, and form this program at Ubisoft. And so he's going to be sharing his journey and how the program got started. And maybe we can all learn something to start our own programs or improve the ones we already have existing. And so with that, let's listen to David.
Hi everyone, I'm David Tisserand, Director of Accessibility at Ubisoft. Today, I want to share with you 8 lessons I learned while building Ubisoft's Global Accessibility Program. Some of you may have seen the panel we did at GaConf US 2020, From Sideline to Full-Time, with the amazing Brandon Zahan, Améliane Chiasson, and Karen Stevens. If you haven't, please give it a watch, as it's a great introduction to what I'm going to talk about today and provides a more chronological order to the learnings I'm going to unfold. Before we start, a bit of background about me. After graduating in cognitive science, I started my career as a user researcher on very serious products from the French Air Force and a European mobile network provider. Before finally realizing my dream 14 years ago and joining the gaming industry as the first formally trained game user researcher of PlayStation. I had the pleasure of building an internal process for testing games and hardware with real users to ensure that the designers were meeting their intentions before those products hit the market. In parallel, I contributed to the creation of the Games User Research Special Interest Group of the IGDA and founded the very first international conference dedicated to games user research. Fast forward to 2014, I joined Ubisoft to help standardize the user research process across its main studios and worked full-time on Assassin's Creed Origins for 2 years before deciding to dedicate myself to accessibility in 2018. Leading to my proudest achievement to date, creating a team of wonderful accessibility specialists who are responsible for ensuring that accessibility is part of the DNA of every Ubisoft team that has something to do with the user experience. From the first time players hear about our games at our events or online, through buying them on our store, of course playing them, and finally talking about them on our forums and giving feedback through our customer support. If I had to summarize what makes me as a professional, I would say that I've always been an advocate for the end user. I've had a ton of experience collaborating with production teams of all sizes and shapes and a good understanding of production constraints. I've been used to give bad news to developers in a way that was supportive and constructive so they could deliver the experience they intended. I've always been multitasking with many projects in parallel and managed to keep a cold head. Okay, most of the time. And I've been naturally inclined to create bridges in the communities I was involved in, always thinking that we are stronger together than individually. And now you're wondering, why is this guy spending so much time on his experience? Well, it's because when I started to build this initiative, I had to gain trust. Trust from my colleagues, my management, the company's top level, everyone I was interacting with. At the very beginning, after the initial period, when HQ created some accessibility guidelines for our games, my initial role was to support the development teams to achieve their goals. But no one gave me that role. I created it thanks to the experience I had working on accessibility on Origins and my understanding that guidelines alone and a validation process at release wouldn't be enough to support our dev teams who were new to game accessibility. So I used all the communication and collaboration skills I learned during my user research career and started knocking at every door to ask if anyone wanted to hear about the gospel of game accessibility. I used we whenever I was talking to teams that I was not a part of. Their project and their ambitions became mine too, even if I was collaborating only with them for a few hours. We had a common goal for that short period of time. We were a team. I also managed expectations very early in the relationships. I knew some teams would want to collaborate more, so they needed to be aware of my limitations in terms of accessibility expertise, but also bandwidth, considering I was alone for supporting 45 plus studios and later on 10 websites and a myriad of services teams. I couldn't disappoint them when I was not even officially appointed to do this work. Morgan talked about a sense of belonging earlier. Well, that talk really resonated with me because at that time, I felt really out of my depths. And finally, I never left a request unanswered, even if it was to say that I couldn't answer it before a long time because I was too busy or because I needed to find the answer first due to my lack of knowledge. My collaborators needed to know I was always available to listen and would come back to them. I believe that this trust they put in me contributed to transform this unofficial role I was giving myself into an official team a few years later. And one last thing that highly contributed was getting early wins. In all companies, priority is only given to what matters the most at a time T. You can go around all you want, talking theoretically about your great idea. If it's not backed up by concrete evidence, you'll struggle to get buy-in. And one way to get early wins is to start small, even though you may have an amazing master plan in the back of your head. For me, the first win was the subtitle system in Assassin's Creed Origins. Back in 2017, it was an achievement which even led to an humbling award from Dagger System and recognition from the deaf and hard of hearing Twitter sphere. Although we had worked hard to do much more and we felt disappointed that everything didn't end up in the game at launch, looking at you, control remapping, it was our first public success. Something we could show around to all the other teams and say, look, we've been able to do it at very little cost. It brought all this positive impact. What prevents you to do the same? And more often than not, the internal friendly competition would kick in and teams would start to outdo themselves, as you've seen in all our games since then. Was it the end-all perfect subtitle system which would rule them all for years to come? Of course not. But it was the early win we needed to kickstart a revolution. So remember, there is no small progress. There is just progress. But it can be hard to see sometimes. You do 3 steps forward, 2 steps backwards, and your brain focuses on the latter only, always. There is a net benefit of 1 step forward, and that's what counts the most. So don't beat yourself up for failing to do more like I did. This job is hard enough as it is. And I highly recommend everyone who is disappointed by what they are succeeding to do on a daily basis to go back to Tara's talk from 2020 on self-care. But starting small doesn't mean put all your eggs in the same basket. It's just the laws of probability that the more you try, the more you're increasing your chances of success. That's why, once we had our first win, I decided to go and try to convince as many people as possible. That's what I call the fisherman approach, where in order to catch some fish, people use multiple rods, hoping at some point one will bite. So I started with other development teams who could use the lessons learned from Origins and apply them to their own games. I also put my master plan in place, contacting everyone who could help me making the overall user experience as accessible as possible. One of the very first player needs I was hearing from the community at the time was that disabled players never knew if a game was accessible to them before buying it, leading to wasting money on inaccessible titles for them, and to disappointment, which sometimes even led to stop playing games altogether. That's why I contacted our customer support, Ubisoft Connect, and Ubisoft Store teams, and asked what it would take to put information about our game's accessibility or lack thereof in their product. The first who replied positively were the customer support team, and they offered to add information about the accessibility of our games directly in their FAQs. Was it the perfect solution I was hoping for? Originally, I wanted this information to be directly where players would make their purchase decision, on our store page or on Connect. But it was a low-cost investment that answered an urgent need, and once again, was an example I could use to show the massive return on investment of a small initiative while waiting for a better solution to be available. Did that work on every team I contacted? Not in 2018. But anyway, I was just one person and I wouldn't have been able to support all of them. And 4 years later, I can say that every team I contacted at the time is now on board and doing their part. So it was worth planting a seed, get some early wins for our players, and through snowball effect, those teams came back, sometimes years later, because the whole company had changed course by then. Another great example is how the PR team got involved. Originally, I didn't know anyone in PR. They weren't my usual stakeholders in my previous roles. So I took on myself to interact on Twitter with disabled players and content creators, responding to questions on the accessibility of our games, sharing accessibility announcements when we had some. Up to the point where I shared the subtitled usage data in our games, and it was picked up by news outlets. That's when PR came to me, and I was hiding under my bed thinking they would school me for talking publicly. To my surprise, they actually offered to help me, and use their expertise to take this huge responsibility off my shoulders. Those of you who know Jessica Roach and her colleagues know how far this team has gone. They are now our official ambassadors, working with marketing and communication teams across the company. That means our social presence when talking about accessibility, interfacing with content creators, preparing marketing campaigns around accessibility, and as you may have seen, the events team is also doing wonders with the accessibility of our events like Forward or E3. All with very little help from the global accessibility team anymore. They are the advocates for all of PR and marketing and pushing the envelope every time by themselves. Which leads me to a pivotal moment in the history of our team, actually before there was even a team. Once the PR team discovered what I was doing, they flew me to E3 2019 to do an assessment of our booths. That's where I met our CEO for the first time. It was at a Ubisoft side event, and let me tell you, I was petrified. He was there surrounded by much more senior employees than me, but I knew it was my one chance to talk to him. I felt my heart beat every minute. I was waiting for an opportunity to approach him. I'll spare you the details, but I finally got to talk to him for 10 minutes. The elevator pitch kind of discussion, and he was totally on board. He booked a follow-up meeting, just him and me, a few months later, which led to the creation of the official team in December. Had I known that, I would have contacted the PR team years before. So what I hope this little story shows is that even the people you may think are out of your reach, like the PR team or the CEO, may actually be your best sponsors. Just make sure you're prepared, you have a plan, and can clearly lay it out for them. It's scary at first, but definitely worth it, so go for it. Those few examples of win I shared were great for our players, but in order to turn them into motivation bits for our company, you have to make sure other people are aware of them. A good practice is to make sure you celebrate the successes of your partners. A team did something great, of course, send them a personal email to congratulate them on what they've achieved. Remember, you're part of their team too now, so celebrate together as a team. That will boost morale and make them feel rewarded. And use every channel at your disposal internally to show to everyone else how cool this team is. On Slack or Teams or your daily newsletter, a company-wide conference, anything that gets the word out. Once again, it's a great moral boost for those you're celebrating, and it also ignites global change, and friendly competition starts to kick in. People new to accessibility might see it as unachievable initially, but when they see their peers succeeding, it helps changing mindset and realize they could do it too, and they too could get the great reward of feeling they've achieved something useful. At the moment, most of our work in the industry is about changing mindsets. Celebrating successes is one of the easiest ways to start doing that. It's also important from the get-go to have a clear vision of where you want your initiative to be in 2, 5, and 10 years. Based on the last few examples, it might sound like I fired instinctively in all directions and settled for what I could get at the time. But there is nothing further from the truth. Very early on, as soon as our development team were all in to make their games more accessible, I dreamed a way too ambitious plan for only one person to achieve. The plan that could live for years to come and give a clear goal for the whole company. It was both simple and complicated at the same time, so I had to write it down to understand it myself and bring it to reality when it was just a high-level concept somewhere in my brain. The idea was to provide an end-to-end accessible experience, and do so not by doing it all myself, which was impossible, but by making it the responsibility of every Ubisoft employee. To the point where on the long term, Ubisoft wouldn't need an accessibility team anymore, because it would be part of the way we do everything. This was an ambitious plan, which to these days is still the backbone of everything we're doing and every decision we take. It dictates how the accessibility team is collaborating with its peers. And at the beginning, it helped me clearly communicate with top executives why I was pestering their team members. Did I have the bandwidth to do it all? Absolutely not. Was it a strong argument to convince others to follow my lead? Hell yeah. Our games are becoming more and more accessible, but how would people play our games if they can't buy them on our own store? Players are able to buy more accessible games on our store, but how are they going to know about it if we don't communicate on accessibility clearly and early? You get the idea. Sticking to this original vision is what opened more doors for us at every level of the company. As impactful as this early vision was, in order to apply it, I had to know who to contact. Remember, I was only one individual contributor working on Montreal games, so my network in a 45+ studios wide company with 21,000 employees based in 30 countries was pretty limited for what I was trying to achieve. So that's when I started to get a closer look at our company's hierarchy. It was very blurry at first, so the first thing I did every time I was contacting someone new was to unfog the map and check who they were reporting to and who they were working with. Did I already get in touch with this team in the past? Or maybe their counterpart in another territory, or maybe another dev team working on a game in the same genre. Every information you can get as to how your company operates, who reports where, the dependencies between teams, all this information is very useful when it comes to convincing someone to listen to you for 30 minutes. Companies are made of a bunch of teams who work towards the same goal, but also compete for getting funding for the same bucket of money. If you can find a way to make a team save some money by collaborating with another team, who will then shine as the team who helped save said money, you're starting to be a much more interesting person to talk to. And once you have this clear understanding of how your company is organized, where the puck stops, which team is dependent of which other team, then you can start sharing some of your responsibility with others. I said it before and I keep saying it for decades. You physically and mentally cannot do everything just by yourself. Seriously, it's a legitimate risk on your mental health if you attempt to do so. I know too well how it can feel quicker to do it yourself. But trust me, you must delegate. It's not just corporate talk. You must admit your limit and think about a plan to grow your influence with the minimum effort possible. That's where making accessibility part of the DNA of the company comes from. I technically can't advertise the accessibility effort in all our games, and the PR team are experts in that. I can't receive all the accessibility tickets player file. We have an awesome customer support team with a pipeline to send feedback to production teams and track progress. I can't be part of every workshop or user test we do for accessibility on our dozens of games. The user research labs are actually dedicated to bring users at the center of the design process. I can't be aware of every new law pertaining to accessibility. That's what our legal teams have been designed to do. My unique goal is to ensure that everyone is aware that accessibility is their responsibility, know how to achieve their goals, and to make sure they never forget it. But I'm not the boss of any team. I do not have any managerial power over them, just maybe what could be called soft power, maybe. So I can't just say to someone, please achieve this goal for me, please. Moreover, when no one has done it before, when there is no recipe. So my modus operandi has always been to, 1, explain my vision and how the person or team I meet is part of it. 2, actively listen to frictions or barriers my interlocutor is facing. Some employees didn't receive the priority from their manager. Some teams don't have the budget for what I'm asking for. Others just don't know how to do it. So 3, you must infiltrate yourself in their day-to-day, deeply understand their reality so you can work with them on solutions. Sometimes it's just as simple as sharing some suggestions. Sometimes it requires to talk to their manager or their manager's manager, or even find the right person in the company to put them in touch with so they can help each other. So when you delegate, make sure you're not giving orders, but really accompany with care the people who will be your champions for years to come. You don't want to be the accessibility ruler. You want to be the accessibility support class. And in every company, there are teams responsible for policies, for checking that projects are on track, that they are at the right level of accessibility expected, and if need be, they can redirect resources to support those teams. You also have to delegate to those who are higher ups. Accessibility is a company objectives, and the teams who are the guardians of the company vision need to ensure that accessibility is part of their responsibility. I was lucky when I took the responsibility of this initiative that our HQ teams had already done a great work in creating some policies for accessibility in our stage gate process, the process that every game at Ubisoft goes through in order to pass the gates known as first playable, alpha, beta, master. As early as 2018, each production gate had some accessibility requirements and HQ was responsible for enforcing them. Therefore, our team has been set up from the get-go to be the enabler. For example, as HQ was asking for control remapping to be implemented in all our games, the accessibility team was the partner development teams could go to know how to do it and how to do it well. Of course, we kept collaborating with HQ to refine their policies. Originally, accessibility was only mentioned at the alpha gate, but we quickly realized that it wasn't sufficient as most of the game's core mechanics and systems were almost set in stone at this stage. That's why, since 2021, we collaborated with HQ to create an accessibility checkpoint right before production starts, and even made sure that the accessibility policies were mentioned in the official mandate document. Now, development teams have to think about their accessibility plan, their brief, the resources they're going to need before starting production. As a result, today we have games that are more accessible than our 2019 release games, and they're just at FP. And we can finally put in place the master plan my first hire, Aderin Thompson, has laid down for us to get away from accessibility options as much as possible and focusing on making accessibility an integral part of the design process. Have a look at their talk from last year if you want to dive into more details. All of that is happening without the accessibility team enforcing any of those rules. This is not our mandate. Other teams at HQ have this mandate. I'm sure every multi-studio company has a similar setup. Make sure you also delegate to those teams and set yourself as the enabler to achieve the goals HQ has given to everyone. I know I've just recommended you to delegate for the last 2 minutes. Now let me tell you how critical it is to also centralize. Indeed, delegating doesn't mean fire and forget. Once your peers start taking responsibility for the accessibility of their games or services, you need to be able to take the pulse of your global initiative and assess where to put your limited energy next in order to get the most value for your time. If several development teams face the same barriers, maybe there is something you can do to unblock them both with one action. If a team is doing wonders on their own and they don't need your support anymore, just keep a quarterly meeting with them to check if they need help later, or get an idea of their accessibility roadmap and compare it with your own long-term goals. Staying connected with everyone keeps you up to date with innovations and best practices being discovered, particular challenges which need your attention, new opportunities to work on. And as the one-stop shop for everything related to accessibility, you can direct people towards the resources they need and answer any question coming your way. As your team and mandate grows, it can become difficult to be aware of every detail, and that's fine. Make sure you keep track of the big picture, know who to contact when more detailed questions are arising. This will help you focusing on efficiency gains. Once the accessibility boat is sailing, you want to make sure it reaches cruise speed as quickly as possible. And when it's there, you want to keep improving the engine so it can go even faster. Once you have this high-level vision of each development team's progress, and more importantly, the barriers they face to push the envelope further, then you can find efficiency gains. To give an example, at Ubisoft, we're lucky that most of our teams are mainly using 2 engines, Snowdrop and Anvil. So if a programmer is implementing, let's say, a subtitle priority system on Ghost Recon, why would the Assassin's Creed team have to reinvent the wheel and spend any more programmer time to develop the exact same feature? Can we put this code in the engine directly, so it can be reused by the Skull and Bones team and the Immortals team? That's something that our Ubisoft Kyiv teams have been actively working on over the past years, and there is no word to describe how thankful I am to our Ukrainian studios for allowing everyone to make the games more accessible, faster. In the same way, if 5 development teams ask you about the basics of control remapping design, is it better to have 5 separate meetings to explain to each of them individually the barriers players face and the potential solutions? Or can you create a document that's going to be good enough for every team to start thinking about the challenge at hand, and then come back to you for more advanced questions which are difficult to answer on paper? Although we're still at the beginning of our journey and we just achieved cruise speed, all our efforts are now on making our work as efficient and as reproducible as possible with as little energy as possible. Finally, I want to leave you with one last piece of learning which I think benefited us all along the journey. Be and stay humble. Whatever your success is, remember that there is still a long way to go until everyone can play our games or use our services. If, like me, you're not an accessibility specialist, you're just breaking the ground so everyone else can build a house, someone who has a dream and wants to make it real, always remember you can't achieve it on your own. Yes, you need everyone's help at your company, but look outside too. It's been said multiple times that disabled players are the only ones to know their reality, know the barrier they face every time they play a game. Listen to them. They are the experts in their life experience. To the hundreds of advocates out there sharing their experience with me over the past 5 years, you're too many to name individually, but know that everything I've done is in huge part thanks to the knowledge you've been sharing with me. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Keep being vocal. We need you more than anything. But listening to and involving disabled players in the design is not enough. To you starting your accessibility career, listen to your elders too. People have been working on accessibility for a long time, in and outside of gaming. Gareth Ford-Williams gave me some strategical tips I'll never forget and brooked me to talk to our CEO to get an official team built. Check his talk from GaConf Europe 2019. That's the essence of what it taught me. Check every talk from Tara Volker on the VOD. They've been an inspiration to me, and I look up to her as someone who's been freely sharing best practices for all of us to adapt to our own environment, build upon, and maybe one day do a follow-up talk to share our own findings. Gosh, that reminds me I need to go back to the awesome talk on Champions Network from earlier this year. Brannon Zahan, Bryce Johnson, Karen Stevens, Ian Hamilton, all are people I owe a lot to. Always here when I had questions or was doubting myself, always happy to share what they've learned over more than a decade of practice. And last but definitely not least, I don't think I would have been able to develop our web accessibility branch without the invaluable support of Leonie Watson. All those experts with eons of experience have shared their wisdom online. And if you're lucky to meet them in person, get over your shyness like I did and go talk to them. 15 minutes of their time will get you years ahead in your reflection. Finally, the people that have taught me the most are the people I recruited. When you're at the helm of a massive initiative in a multinational company and your knowledge accessibility is only self-taught, the best thing you can do is surround yourself with people with first-hand experience and real design expertise. Everything I'm lacking. They will take your initial vision and expand it tenfold. They will know how to achieve it quicker and better. They will build a team with you and make you a better manager than you ever thought you could be if you take the time to listen to them. So remember, be humble, stay humble, and listen actively to literally every person you're interacting with. Stay curious of others' experiences and you'll grow the best accessibility program the world has not seen yet. I can't wait for your talk in 5 years. So that's it. It's time to say thank you so much for attending this talk. I hope some of my learnings are going to be useful to you. I'll be in Discord chat if you have any questions or comments, and you can reach out to me on Twitter at @TisranDavid if you're watching the vote. Thank you again. Back to you, Tara.
I had taken notes. I didn't know David had put me in there. I'm not supposed to cry. Everyone else is supposed to cry. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm not. I do mean this statement. It was rude. No, it's not. I told you, David is an amazing human being. And I think what David is best at and what he was recommending that we all do is, when you go, you be the support class and you be humble. And if there's anyone who's working in accessibility right now who's humble about the work they do and the impact that they personally have on the industry, it is David Tisserand. So David, we need to have a slide for you. Like, David has actually been at either in person or online at every edition of the Game Accessibility Conference, all of them. So I don't know we've had another person that isn't staff who's been at every conference besides David. So he has been working hard, and yeah, so there was so much to learn in his talk, and I as I saw in the Discord, I think this will be one that people rewatch a lot as they get their organizations and their teams up and running. So we will be taking a short break, and then we will be back for our final talk of the day. See you in a few minutes. All right. I hope we have all emotionally recovered from David's talk. Thank you again, David, for your words of wisdom and emotional whiplash. No, it really was a great talk. But we are going into our final talk of the day, which is all about some charity efforts for 3D printing. And I'm just going to read the talk title out because I think it's the best talk title we have of the entire conference. How being lazy, egotistical, and not particularly smart helps me build a charity. So let's welcome Caleb Kraft from the Controller Project.
Hi, I'm Caleb Kraft, and today I'm going to be telling you about how being egotistical, lazy, and not particularly smart has led me down a path of running a charity that helps an often forgotten group of people be able to play video games. Let's jump into it. Today I'm going to be talking to you about the Controller Project. This is something that I run. I've been doing for the past 10 years where I make custom controllers for people with limb difference. Things have changed a lot over the years, but a few things have stayed the same. Let me just kind of explain to you a little bit of the drive and the impetus behind what it is I'm doing right now. But keep in mind, these are all things that are delivered for free to people who need them. So let's get started here. The Controller Project focuses on a very specific set of people. There are, the game companies, of course, appeal to what they consider to be the broadest audience with their game controllers. They make a standard controller that fits the most amount of people they can sell it to and functions as they feel the best to its abilities. And then there's the other end of the spectrum where we have things like Switch boxes and now the Xbox accessible controller, which are kind of a complete setup, a complete custom setup. And if you look at this chart of completely fabricated and made up numbers that I pulled out of my head that don't really apply to anything, you can see that on the far one side you have out of the box, which is a standard controller. On the other side you have a full rig. We look at a standard controller and we can see the cost is cheap because it comes with your device. The availability is high because, again, it comes with your device and you can buy these everywhere. And the need, of course, is high because there's a massive market for regular ones. Then we go all the way over to the other end to the full rig, something like an Xbox adaptable controller, and we can see that the cost goes up considerably. The Xbox adaptable controller, I don't know the most recent exact price, but I think it was roughly $150 for the beginning setup. So, these are about $40 a piece to $60 a piece. So you're looking at a considerable price increase just to get started. The need is compared to the market for a standard controller very small, and the availability, unfortunately, is kind of small as well. But there's a group in the middle. You can see this highlighted area. There's this group in the middle that, as I've found out, is massive. And that's people who a small modification would make their gaming experience much better or even possible in the first place. Consider maybe you have one finger that has a problem or you're missing one hand. You don't necessarily need an entire Xbox adaptive controller or Switch box or mouth controller or something like that. But a standard controller maybe doesn't work for you if you're missing, let's say, these two fingers or have limited mobility in your thumbs. So there's this huge group of people. Again, I made up all these numbers, but we'll say that it's just a very large group of people that would benefit from a small modification. And those modifications don't exist. generally speaking, you can't go out and buy something to move your buttons to the other side or to push the trigger from the other side, even though it could be something as simple as a popsicle stick with a little bit of hot glue. That's just not something that's available out there to purchase. So I saw a huge need for this area, and I started working on this. About 10 years ago, I started building these things. I actually started with completely custom ones, but this is what I moved into, was this kind of area. And this is the way that I used to do it. For about 10 years, I would crack open a controller, I would solder in some wires, I'd hot glue buttons on the outside of the controllers. It's ugly, but it did the job. And it took about an hour, 2 hours once I got the process down. It was fairly reliable, but it's ugly. It reduces the life of the controller. It's just not a great way to do things. And it's a lot of work. It's a whole lot of work. And, you know, that's my time that was being taken up. And the fact is, I'm lazy, okay? I didn't want to do all that work for people and get like 1 or 2 controllers done a month at most. So I turned to 3D printing. With 3D printing, initially I could do things like print a whole stack of extensions for thumbsticks or extensions to make the triggers work on the other side. It saved me tons of time. And since I'm lazy, I loved that and I stuck with it. And as it turns out, that laziness pushed me into 3D printing, and I realized that's where I should have been all along, because there are massive benefits to using 3D printing for this very specific use case, which is, you know, that area in between a normal controller and a whole kit. Those benefits are, well, it's cheap. It's super cheap. If you look at this picture here, this is one of these kits, a single hand controller kit for the PlayStation, and you're looking at maybe $1 worth of 3D printing filament there. And I can pump out maybe 1 or 2 of these a day if I keep my printers going all the time. So it's very cheap. On top of that, there's the benefit that the design process here can be distributed. I don't need to do all the design. I can have other people do the design, or I can design something and email that design to somebody on the other side of the planet, which is insanely powerful. We'll get to that in a little bit, but this leads right into the distributed manufacturing aspect. I don't need to be the only one making these anymore. Once I moved to 3D printing, I didn't have to have someone ship me a controller, crack it open, solder stuff, put it back together, ship it back. Instead, I could print a part and send it to them, or I could send a file to somebody close to them who could then print it for them. And then the last part is, with these designs, once I realized this was important, I made it so that these things could be self-installed. Now, this is beneficial in 2 ways. One, I can just send it to a client and they can install it, which is great. It saves everybody time, it saves everybody effort, it saves everybody shipping. But it's also important because there is a level of self-sufficiency there. When a client feels that they are helping themselves, they install this themselves, they ordered the parts, they put them on the controller themselves, there is power in that ability to help yourself that I feel is extremely important in this. And it's not out front, it's not documented on all my stuff, but that self-reliance aspect is one of the core things that I try to incorporate in all of this, because I think it's very important. So, one thing that this has done, moving to 3D printing, has allowed me to drastically increase the amount of people I could help in a month. This right here is kind of fudged numbers that I made up again, but I was doing 1 or 2 controllers previously when I was doing it by hand, where I would crack them open and solder them. But once I moved to a 3D printed design workflow, I could just be printing these things constantly. And when somebody contacted me, I could kind of cobble together the parts to do a custom solution for them and mail those parts to them. So I went from roughly 1 to 2 a month to, you know, 6 to 8 a month I was doing for a while. But, you know, again, I'm lazy, so I want other people to do the work for me. Last year, I decided to open this up, and I held a contest, and I started taking in volunteers. The amount of people that want to help is overwhelmingly wonderful. Right now I have over 150 people on file that are willing to volunteer in at least 19 countries. It gets kind of hard to track this because I have people reach out all the time and say, hey, I'd be happy to help. And I don't always come and update my PowerPoint, but I believe right now it's 19 countries and over 150 people who have volunteered to work. So I've set up somewhat of a workflow where a client will reach out to me, they'll explain what they need, I try to find a solution for them that already exists within my library of parts, and then I find a volunteer that is in their country at least to save on shipping. I give them the files, they print the parts, they send it to the client. Now that is an ideal situation. There are some problems with this that have popped up over time that I've come to recognize. To be brutally honest, right now with the amount of time I have to spend on this, because I still have a day job, other hobbies, a small farm with goats and a donkey, and a family with teenage children that I spend time with the amount of time that I have to devote to this, what I've found is most of the time, I can just 3D print the parts and ship them at the same amount of time and effort as it takes to email volunteers, because there's a lot of emailing back and forth. The volunteers have questions. They've never done this before usually. Sometimes their machine isn't up to snuff and I end up being customer support for their machine somehow, trying to get their 3D printer to the quality it needs to be for some of these parts. Sometimes they just disappear and I'm, pestering them over time and then they don't reply, so then I have to find another volunteer. They just disappear. Or sometimes they print the wrong parts and they sent those. That happens a lot because a lot of these parts are left or right-handed and it's not always documented that great. So unfortunately, I don't use the volunteers to the level that I would like to. If I had more time to devote to this, I could, I think, triple or quadruple the amount of people I'm helping, because then I could focus more on managing volunteers than doing the jobs myself. And setting up better processes for that. So if any of you have any connections to help me be able to do this full-time or whatever, that really would push it over to help many, many more people. As is, though, that those last two steps there, the volunteer and then to the client, don't happen as much as I would like. I would say right now I'm personally doing over half the jobs. I print them, I box them up, and I ship them out. But I'm not particularly smart. You see, to do a real charity, this is not a 501c3. This is not a nonprofit. That's complicated, man, and I don't want to do that. And then to make it a business, I had a business lots of years ago, and the paperwork and the taxes were a nightmare. So, there's some way I could make money on this. There is. I'm sure there is. People would pay for a lot of this stuff. But I'm just not smart enough, and I'm too lazy to figure all that out, so I give it away for free. I've been giving it away for free for over 10 years now. But it costs money. So I'm not just giving it away, I'm paying for it. So far, I've had one donor who has donated enough money that he's paid for pretty much shipping all year, which has been fantastic. That was Prusa Printers, Prusa 3D Printers. They donated the 3D printers that I use, and he gave me some cash to pay for the shipping and the materials, and that's been fantastic. But we're talking small fry. Like, in the past 10 years, I've had less than $6,000 in donations total. And as you'll see, if you start thinking about the shipping, to ship something like this costs about $10. So over the last 10 years, I've eaten that up many times over. If I were smarter, I'd find a way to make money off of this, but I'm not. So I have no plans currently of doing that. So on to the free part. As part of doing this for free, one of the things I did is I threw a big contest for accessibility in gaming 3D printing files. You can go view this. I will have a link to it. There's links to it on my website. I'll see if somewhere in the notes here for this documentation I can link to it. These are free files. You don't need to talk to me. You don't need to ask me. I did not even design most of these files. Some of my designs are in here. We can see a really old one of mine and this thumbstick extender down here in the corner. It's a little loopy thing you can stick your thumb in. Most of these are not mine, but they are free. You can download them, you can 3D print them, you can send them to a 3D printer and get them done. You don't need to talk to me. They're out there, they're available. They're community contributed, other people designed these. Let's look at a few of the most, popular ones. Since this contest, and you've probably seen some of these, Akaki Kumari, there's two of his on here, and that's this one here. He did some beautiful design work on these single hand controllers here. So you can see this, this Xbox controller here. This is for playing with your left hand only. And here are a few others from this contest. And you can see they don't have to be incredibly complex. You know, you might look at these ones from Akaki Kumari, and I'll show you that in detail here in a moment. And you might think that these have to be super complex, but if you look here, this one from Vixelius is just a really simple bracket that can hold your Joy-Cons together for the Switch for one-handed gaming. Or little silver down here on the bottom, just a leg brace to hold your Xbox controller, or this from Timkey here, or just little thumbstick extenders for the PlayStation. Wonderful. Wonderful designs, extremely simple, solve big problems. Having the community involved has been fantastic. Let's take a look here at this one from Akaki. So I've set out rules for these designs whenever I reach out to people that they need to be able to clip on, be non-destructive. And this is for several reasons. You see, the game controller companies like PlayStation, Xbox, etc., they have put millions of dollars into designing these controllers to be robust and tough. You can throw these across the room and they still work. I want you to be able to utilize this without damaging it. So these kits, they just clip on and off without damaging the controller. I'm not going to take it all the way off because this is kind of a pain to put back on. But the way this one from Akaki Kumari works, now that I've made a mess of it here, trying to hold it up so you can see it while I assemble it here. That's making it difficult. So the way this works is this part straps to your leg. This part straps to your leg, and you can use it. You move the controller around to move the thumbstick. See that thumbstick moving? And then this part up here, you use your thumb to hit these, which move to the other side. It's modular, so you can pop this off if you don't need that. If you only need the thumbstick part to move on your leg. And it's got these triggers up here so that you can press the trigger and the shoulder button from this side. Just a wonderful design. He's done incredible work. He sells these on Etsy. If I can put a link here, I will put a link to Akaki's Etsy where he sells them, but I also have gotten permission from him to give them away for free. Those are the most requested because I don't advertise. Because of the amount of time it takes up, I have a waiting list all the time. I don't advertise, but Akaki puts out videos. They get very popular. They get picked up by gaming websites, and so people come to me and request these nonstop, and I print them. They're a difficult print. The documentation isn't that great for putting them together, but people do enjoy them, and they've helped a lot of people. I've sent tons of these out. And lastly, being egotistical. Listen, I'm paying out of pocket for this. I'm putting all this time and money into this. Why do I do it? I do it because people come to me and tell me I'm an awesome person. And that, as an egotistical person, is worth more than money sometimes. I get these messages all the time. He's getting used to the mod. It's taking him a bit, but it's giving him hope, and he doesn't feel like giving up anymore. Thank you. It may sound silly for a small thing, but you have saved a life. This isn't the first one of these I've gotten. I've gotten a bunch of them, and they all are on a similar theme. We are improving people's lives. We are helping them get back into gaming. We're improving their mental health, and it is making them happier. And that feeds my ego, which keeps me going. Being egotistical isn't necessarily a bad thing if it can help other people. And that is the Controller Project. You can find out more information at thecontrollerproject.com. And that is why, if you feel like getting into this stuff, you should try to be egotistical, lazy, and not particularly smart. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll see you online.
I mean, not to, contribute more to Caleb's ego, but he is an amazing person who is doing amazing work. And it's like it was being called out in the Discord chat that access to games does save lives. I think Shell put that in there. And it's true. And so even doing this work, even something as simple as, 3D printing and mailing something out, like it can make a massive difference. And I think that's a good thought to end this conference with, is that everyone here in this room, everyone who's online, we all can make a difference. We can make a game more accessible and maybe save someone's life by giving them access to games, by giving them entertainment, community, fun, access to culture. And that is, I think, what we're all here for. We're game developers and we want people to play our games. And yeah, it does feel really good when you get that message that someone got to play a game who couldn't play a game before because of work you did. I mentioned earlier the feel good file. That's literally all the feel good file is when I'm feeling down, being able to open that file and be like, yeah, I did make a difference. So I want to thank Caleb for, giving us that last talk of the day. Let's have a round of applause for Caleb. And with that, that's actually the last talk of the day. And I'm obviously going to have some closing words, but one of the things I want to tell the in-person folks about is, for those of you who already know, we have Battenberg cake at the reception. And some of you are like, Tara, what is Battenberg cake and why should I care? So it started a few years ago in the accessibility Discord and during GaConf. It was actually a European edition. In the snacks channel, I believe it was Dr. Amy Kavanaugh who posted that she was having Battenberg cake during the conference. And I, being a person who was raised in America, was like, what in the world is Battenberg cake? And then not only did people threaten to have my English citizenship revoked, they told me that it's the best thing in the world. It is a cake with jam in it, and then the whole thing is wrapped in marzipan. And then this kicked off a massive Battenberg extravaganza in the conference. Audrin was, oh my God, I think there were multiple people who were baking their own Battenberg. People were buying Battenberg. And like the next day, because this happened on the day one of the conference, day two, like 10 people had posted in the snacks channel that they had acquired Battenberg cake after learning that I didn't know what it was. And then it just spiraled out of control. We have a Battenberg emoji. We have a Battenberg pin that you can buy in the Redbubble store. you can get Battenberg. If you're local in Redmond area, there's a British bakery near here that sometimes has Battenberg, which is how I got to try it for the first time. And it felt, for the first return to in-person post Battenberg being our unofficial food of the conference, that we should have Battenberg cake. And so now everyone here, you get to try Battenberg, because we did hire a local baker to make Battenberg cake for the conference. And for all you watching at home, fun fact, you can get the miniature Mr. Kipling Battenberg cakes on Amazon in both the US and the UK if you need to immediately have some Battenberg. But I'm really excited that we were able to have that. And I'm double excited because I don't know if people in this room realize this. This is the 10th edition of the Game Accessibility Conference. The 10th one. It was one of those things of Ian mentioned it and I was like, that can't be right. And then I counted and then I told it to Max and he's like, that can't be right. And then we counted again. But it is. This is the 10th edition. It's absurd that we're still doing this. But I'm incredibly proud to everyone who attends, who makes a difference. And you know, we can't do this conference without our speakers sharing their knowledge. So like, let's have another round of applause for all of the speakers. And of course, this conference also couldn't be put on without our staff, who are absolutely amazing. So we have both staff who are moderators in our Discord, who have been running the show today behind the scenes, making sure everything works. We have James, B, Antonio, and Melly. Thank you so much for keeping the Discord on track and running. In person, we also have amazing staff who are making sure things are happening behind the scenes, from making sure the food orders are right and prepared to making sure that the room is the right temperature, all of this stuff. So please give a round of applause for our in-person staff today. Selena, Michael, Caitlin, and Zaya. Someone that I happen to like a lot, I guess, is the man behind all of the logistics, who handles all of our billing, our sponsorships, all of that jazz. He's been sitting in the back all day, but a round of applause for Max, the man who makes things happen. And of course, there is the famous man in the sweater himself, Ian Hamilton. Obviously, Ian has been on the online version. He actually has been drinking a bottle of Battenberg liqueur for most of the day, in addition to having Battenberg himself. This conference, like, Ian came to me with this idea. He's the one who truly made this happen. And he puts in a ton of work, and honestly kind of finding and selecting most of the speakers and trying to find the right balance of content for the conference is all coming from Ian's brain. And he has a true dedication to accessibility that, you know, really keeps things pushing forward. Like, I would say a lot of times, like, even I'll be like, I have this idea, Ian, and I'll do like a half-assed version of it. And he's like, no, there's something great in there. We need to get this across the finish line. And that's what he does, is he takes whatever you're talking about in terms of accessibility and he will like really make you think and invest and make it better than it would have been if you wouldn't have told him about it. So let's give a massive round of applause for the co-director, Ian Hamilton. I will forget a sponsor if I don't have them in front of me. Of course, all of this costs money. This isn't free, but we do work to make this event as cheap as possible for everyone who is attending. And we're only able to do that because of our sponsors. So again, I want to give another final shout out to our sponsors. So for gold sponsors, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Rockstar, and Xbox. Our silver sponsors, the ESA, Electronic Arts, Riot Games, and Netflix. Our bronze sponsors, Read Speaker AI, Player Research, Descriptive Video Works, and Shara. And the other thing that this money that we get from our sponsors helps us do is ensure that our content is accessible, because we obviously care deeply about that. And we couldn't have had this conference without the support of two of our teams, partners in communication who provided our ASL interpretation today, as well as Heart Captioning, who did all of our live captioning throughout the event. Now, we always try to have all of the videos fully captioned and ready to post as soon as the conference is done. And we've almost made it. So we are actually releasing all of the videos from the speakers today. Two of them do not have their final captions. They still have their auto captions, but within the next 2 days, we'll have their final captions. We want to give a huge thank you to Subtrend, our captioner for our videos on YouTube. They really have been busting their ass to get the captions in. A couple of the talks came in late, and that's kind of why this whole thing is coming in late. But even the fact that we are able to have all of the videos from the past 2 days online and fully captioned within 2 days of the conference itself is still a miracle. So let's give a round of applause for Subtrend. And with that, the conference is officially coming to a close. So if you are in person, I gladly invite you to the reception, which will be back where we will have lunch. There is select beverages of the alcoholic and non-alcoholic variety, as well as the aforementioned Battenberg cake. And to all of you online, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for participating in the Discord. I hope you had a great event, and I hope that you felt included in our first truly hybrid experience. Again, we need people watching the conference for the conference to matter, so we appreciate you at home for being here. Again, thank you so much. I'm Tara, and it's been an absolute pleasure having you here today. I messed up. Wait, online people, hold on. It was it's okay. Okay. Camera. Wait, is it on? Everyone, give a shout out to our folks at home. Okay, that was it. That's what I forgot to do. I just wanted everyone to see your lovely faces. Thanks again.